Hi, friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People. I'm host Eric. I'm the host of the aforenamed Talking with Famous People, and also your very special friend. That's right, your very special friend. Oh, life is so ridiculous. Isn't life ridiculous? It's constantly ridiculous. It's awesome. I love how awesomely ridiculous everything is all the time. It just makes me laugh and laugh. Why are things so awesomely ridiculous all the time? It's hard to say why, but it is the case. The things are awesomely ridiculous. And when I'm not sad, I'm so happy about it. Sometimes I'm not happy, but it's like that's because I'm like on a certain point in a drug cycle. It's like I'm down emotionally because I'm having a dopamine crash or whatever. But when I'm not experiencing those momentary, brief, and insignificant and meaningless, ultimately lows, life is just hilariously weird, exceptionally strange, and awesome, and beautiful, and poignant, and everything. It's magnificent. The glory of existence is magnificent. There's nothing else to say about it besides that. It's absolutely fucking magnificent. All praises be to God for creating us on this Christmas day. The end of Christmas Day for me, where I am, it's still Christmas Day for 2 more hours, or hour and 45 more minutes. And all praise is due. This gift of life and existence on this planet is unspeakably beautiful. It's enough to turn me into an ENFP and validate the title, The Unbearable Lightness of Being, which I've always thought, oh, fuck that title so much. It's so literary and just like ultra, just litigay. But it's so true, also. So true. That's the best way to put it. It's like, there are moments when you're just overwhelmed by the unbearable lightness of being. And the only solution, the only possible remedy, if you're Eric, well, there's multiple remedies actually. But at the end of the day, the remedy always comes down to the same thing. You need to talk. You need to talk, you need to say things. You can sum up all of life as Eric needs to talk, Eric needs to say things. Is this working? Let me check to make sure it's working. Yes, it is working. There are no viewers, but it's working. So, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for not being here. I'm just spewing my nonsense to nobody. That's fine. I'm used to that. That's totally okay. One of the great learning experiences of being a YouTuber was the early years when I would do things and talk and there'd be nobody there, and nobody was listening. And that was okay. Learning that that's okay. That I can say I'm here in this room and I'm making a video right now talking about stuff, because this was before live streaming. If you want to join me and talk with me about stuff, please do so. I put up a uploaded video saying that basically, and then I'd wait there sometimes for hours. I mean, I'd be doing other things too. Sometimes I'd be recording a video, and then somebody would come in and surprise me, and they'd show up. But there was plenty of time. Well, that's not the cat. That's just the rain. It's raining again. Hooray. There was plenty of time when it was not the case that I had anybody paying any attention to me. And learning that it was of value to me to talk things out, even if nobody was paying any attention, was important. It's like, it was an important sort of FE hurdle for me to cross. That it's okay if I throw a party and nobody shows up. Was a huge, huge life lesson for me. It was like, it's better to throw a party and have nobody show up than not to throw a party. It was an important lesson for me to learn. And that's why, for me, life is such a party. It's a non-stop party, If there's one true statement in the universe that nobody can deny, is that Eric likes to party. Alec, what I said is, while you and I are ultimately on the same page in general about life, you and I share the same absolute values. F's? No, we don't. Sorry. You have F's and T's. I have F's and N's. But regarding the F thing, we're on the same page. It's like, ultimately, your feelings matter most, and feelings matter most. And thinking is just a way to manage the sloppiness of feelings. But it doesn't ultimately matter. You and I are on the same page regarding that. So, when I say things that uphold FI values, that's just like, for me, it's like, oh, enlightenment. For you, it's like super obvious. When did I start doing YouTube? It was 2014. So about coming up on 8 years ago. And my first video. Hi Rachel. Oh, this brings me back to the title. This is how fucking unconscious your ace slot is. When Rachel asked me the question, "Are you going to live stream?" It baffled me. Wait, what? Am I going to live stream? My first thought is, oh, do you expect me to live stream? Do you want me to live stream? I can. But the question, are you going to live stream, implies that I know what I'm going to do or anything about doing things. Which I don't know anything about it. I had no idea whether I was going to live stream or not. I didn't have a plan going outside, except it was as simple as I realized I'm not tired to go to sleep, So I'm going to go outside and not be asleep. That was as clear as my plan was, My plan was to not be asleep. And look, I totally succeeded. I found that when you set the bar incredibly low, it's easy to succeed. You can always be triumph, baby, if your goal is as broad as don't be asleep. Not being asleep counts as success, according to my plan and metric. No, I love it. See, that's the thing is, Rachel, what I love is every time I talk about things like this, Rachel has a tendency to apologize for things that need no apology at all. But I find it absolutely delightful because it's so informative to me and resonant with this whole set of mapping that I have about how things are, you know? And I find it juicy to get validation of NI concepts. So it's like, oh, look, this is an example I can talk about how unconscious eighth slot looks like. I don't care about the actuality of it. I'm just thinking of it in terms of, oh, neat. A good bolstering to my case. And of course, here's an example of somebody who's I think, an NI Dom that I typed earlier, but she's private, but so I can't publish it. But mistaking SI for NI, I'll give you a perfect example of it. Like the 8 slot SI being super unconscious. In a second, let me take the head off of this first. This stuff's funny. It's weird. So okay, I was typing this lady, and I provided the potato touch story as an example of not getting the difference between like a misapplying SI when NI was appropriate. I asked her to give me a comparable example. And the example she gave me was of how one time she realized that she had to do a quick change if she was gonna she was gonna be on stage, right? So it's like basically she was like she was like putting on it's hard to talk right now. It's funny that it's hard to talk. Anyway, so this lady it's like somebody said in the premiere, oh, welcome to ESFP. And I said, yeah, it's great. I love it. It's so pleasantly stupid. And it is. It's great. Like, Legends Paul asked me a question in the premiere, like about eighth slot or whatever. I'm like, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I don't even know what you're saying. You're asking the wrong guy. um, oh, things are funny. I want to finish my story though about the lady and the things she was doing. It's a pretty important story. I wouldn't want to deny you the extraordinarily important experience of hearing it. So, let me tell it to you right now. Oh, it's just so funny in life, right? Life is so hilarious. Anyway, as I was saying. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, this lady, she was putting on a children's performance for the parents, okay? And it was like a dance performance. And at the very end of the performance, she gets on stage too as like one of the performers to play one little role for a second, right? So she knows she has to do this quick change thing. Like, oh, I gotta quickly change from like teacher, overseer clothes to performer clothes. And the example that she gave me of using SI when she should have used NI was that she got changed too quickly. It's like, that's not comparable at all. That's just so oblivious, right? The comparable example would be something like, well, last year I changed too slowly. So this year I was determined to change fast. And this year, though, I changed too fast. That would be a comparable example. Not just she realized that she needed to change fast, but then changed too fast. That's not. There's no SI there at all. That's just silly. That's not comparable at all. You know, a stealth stream. Why is this a stealth stream? I'm not trying to be stealthy. It might accidentally be stealthy. Oh, that Eric, he's always accidentally being stealthy. That's hilarious. It's true, maybe, that you could be accidentally stealthy, but it's a funny concept, right? It's like, stealth would imply that you're trying to hide yourself, and to be accidentally stealthy seems like an oxymoron, but it could happen. You know, you could accidentally be stealthy. Is it finally clear to everybody? This is one message I want to make clear to everybody, and I want everybody to be a firm believer of this. Is it finally clear to you why life is so funny? I hope this clarifies that for you. If nothing else in life, if you learn nothing from talking with famous people, except one thing, I want you to walk away from this stream knowing this. Oh, I finally understand why life is so funny. Okay, that's the most important lesson you can learn of all. That's totally the single most important lesson. You want a good definition of enlightenment, which is a stupid word, but let's say you want a good definition of it. It's like realizing why life is so funny. That's enlightenment. That's enlightenment. Like right now, I'm super enlightened because I fully understand why life is so funny. Other moments when I'm not really laughing, I'm not enlightened in those moments because I'm not understanding why life is so funny. It's all predicated on understanding. Okay? The problem is you're overstanding. You're overstanding too much. And what you need to do is understand. Okay? I've been watching you for a while now. I've watched you overstand. I've watched you side stand. I've watched you above stand. I've watched you do every kind of wrong stand. What you need to do is understand. Okay? That's what's wrong with you. Let me tell you. Here's what's wrong with you. You're doing the wrong kind of standing. You see? Do you see the clarity you now have? Do you see the wisdom that I bestow upon people? Do you finally understand how valuable this experience is to you? Because now you realize you've been relating to standing wrong this whole time. simple as that. It's as simple as that. It turns out the problem is not that any particular thing. It's just that people have been using the wrong preposition with standing. People try to around stand, through stand, between stand. No! It's all wrong. It's simple. This is the grand theory of everything that finally unifies everything. It explains dark matter. It explains light matter. It explains somewhere in between matter. Sometimes known as gray matter or indeterminate shade matter. Anyway, it explains everything. It's all. Everything is explained and it's supervened by your use of a preposition with stand. Okay, look, we can create no model of the universe that doesn't begin with linking standing to something else by a preposition. That's the one universal truth. You want to talk about what you might call a contingency argument for universality that extends beyond observation. Well, here you go. This is the Rosetta Stone right here. One universal truth that even you don't even need people at all or any observation to imagine is that you can't deal with standing except by a preposition. It's like hanging, okay? You need a preposition. You're either hanging out, you're hanging up, you're hanging on. You can't not have a preposition. If you're just hanging, well, that doesn't even mean anything. Hi, Ruben. Hey, Ruben, did I ever publish your video? Because I finally got around to reading your email that says I could publish it. Because I'm very scared, in general, of post-session emails. Because you sometimes, not usually, I don't really know what usually is. I typically will avoid reading them for months. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, you've been trying to understand. Okay, see, that's a whole nother realm of failure that I hadn't even considered. I was considering physical relations in the same field, but now you're explaining to me, no, there's an invisible wall that I wasn't recognizing called inner and outer. Oh my God, mind blown. You don't even know if I published it. ENFJ move right there. Oh, why? Oh, you wanted me to finish that? You want me to finish a thought, Alex? There's your problem. You expect me to finish thoughts. The reason they're so daunting is because sometimes they have either pushback, like I've been thinking about it. I don't think I'm this because here's some particular shit that disagrees with some type description I've read, which I don't want to deal with. Or it might be like questions, like, okay, well, so I have some follow-up questions. Well, I don't want to answer your follow-up questions, at least not with my fingers. And so if I am going to answer your follow-up questions, I'm going to make a video real quick and send it to you. And sometimes your follow-up questions are interesting, and I'm glad I looked at the email, but sometimes I don't want to answer your questions because they're boring. And then I regret looking at the email. So, um, so I never know. I never know what I'm gonna get when I open a post-session email. So I just don't open them. That's what I do, and as a consequence, I miss. Also, I don't quite know what to do with the positive stuff. Like, sometimes I find it extremely gratifying when somebody shares with me how authentically powerful something was, but I don't know what to do with that. So, um, it seems like it deserves some kind of response, but I don't have anything to say about it really. So I don't know what to say about that. It's like, then you're hitting me with my polar. I don't know what to say about that. It's important to me. I like it. It um, makes me feel good to know that I was, I was impactful on you. But you deserve a response, and I don't have one. Okay, I will. I'll post it. I'll post it after I'm done with this stream. Okay. I was. In fact, when I opened your email finally, and the reason I opened your email is because I was adequately high on DMT that I didn't really know what I was doing. And I opened it. I was like, I said to Rich, I was like, this is why I should open these emails sometimes. Because I always tell people, if you decide later on that you'd like me to publish, just shoot me an email and I'll publish it. But I don't know before I look at the email that it's going to be that. It more likely is going to be some follow up shit. So that's why I don't open the emails. And look, here's the thing, Fly Guy. I totally respect that people need time to process a typing session and then are going to have follow up questions and stuff, and that's totally fine. And and I want to provide answers to those things, and I will do so for free if you ask them on the stream at the right time when I'm in the mood to answer them, right? But if you don't want to deal with those realities, then you can pay me for another session and I will answer all your questions. It's your time. I mean, it's like I view it as that. Once you hire me to work for you for an hour, I'm your employee and you tell me what to do. You know. But if I'm not your employee, then I don't. I'm not very responsive to being told what to do. You know, and the weird thing is, your FE tool function people try to ask me if it's okay for them to hire me again. It's like, I don't even remember you hiring me last time. Well, how am I supposed to know if it's okay for you to hire me again? I don't know. You're the one doing the hiring, right? It's like, how am I supposed to know if it's okay for you to hire me? I guess that's an FI thing. Thanks, light bulb. Hey, good to see you. Merry Christmas to you too. Light bulb, somebody that light bulb is somebody who deserves credit. And this is the thing is, when I say things like this, FE tool users think I'm trying to say something else. I'm not, okay? I'm not trying to say anything else. Lightbulb deserves full credit for knowing how to exploit me. It's like, that's fantastic. I love being correctly used, you know? It's like, the problem is almost everybody will incorrectly use me if I leave it up to them. So that's why I've structured this thing so that you use me properly or not at all, right? But Lightbulb knows how to use me properly, and so I value being exploited by her. And I don't mean anything else besides that, okay? I don't mean I'm really trying to say I feel exploited. I'm saying I like, finally, somebody sort of knows how to use me properly, which is to say, calls me in for consultation in the right context at the right moment, doesn't repeatedly call me in to repeat my advice that I've already given, and credits it with being insight that can't be attained somewhere else. That's all. Those are my values, right? N and F, not T. So when I say that, I mean literally what I say. Winston's mom, you are not allowed to go to sleep until I say it's bedtime. Okay? I'm in charge of everyone's bedtime. Did you guys not know that? Who here was unaware that I'm in charge of everyone's bedtime? I can't believe I haven't gone over this before. I should have gone over this initially, right away. Because if you guys aren't even aware of that, what have I been doing since 2014? What have I been doing if I haven't made clear that number one rule, first of all? Then obviously I've just been, you would call chronic ignoring NI, I guess. Completely failing to point out rule number one. I'm in charge of everyone's bedtime. No, I will not, Skygear. I am not letting you go to bed yet. I'm not decreeing you to go to sleep. And I appreciate you asking permission. That's appropriate. All of you should be doing that. I don't understand why my email box isn't filled continually with requests to go to bed. You know, it should be, because I'm in charge of everyone's bedtime. God, when do people accept reality? So frustrating. God granted me authority over your bedtime. So just accept it. If you don't accept it, you're spitting in the face of God. You can understand how frustrating it is to be the guy that's his jurisdiction and nobody acknowledges it. Everybody it's just constant scofflaws, right? Everybody constantly brazenly ignoring the law in this matter and going to bed when they feel like it. It's like, oh, it's a continual migraine, basically. How am I supposed to do my job of telling people when to go to bed if they all ignore me? Oh. Winston's mom. No. Actually, let me amend what I said. I'm in charge of everyone's bedtime except my father. Okay? He's in charge of whatever he says he's in charge of. And that's all there is to it. So, I amend what I said previously. Thank you for correcting me. Am I going to stream? I'm still not sure if I'm going to stream. I'm streaming now, and I don't know if I'm going to stream or not yet. So, you guys, let me know if you figure out whether or not I'm going to stream. Please tell me. So, And I definitely want to thank Mrs. Mom for making sure I TI corrected there. I'm in charge of everybody sleep bedtime except Dad. No. Thank you for forgive me, God, for my hubris there and claiming more than I deserve to claim as my jurisdiction. So it is true that am I in charge of your bedtime? Absolutely. Whoever you are, unless you're my dad. So functionally, it's like the same thing, but you know. Rachel knows that I'm in charge of her bedtime because I'm always going in there and randomly waking her up without being aware that she was even asleep, you know. Well, we'll have to, you know, it'll be harder to tell. That's the thing, Skygear. Let's say I did decide to stream. There might be evidence that I stromated, but will there actually be evidence of that moment when the action was taken? Probably not. That's high strangeness. It constantly avoids our concrete detection of it. It seems to be better at avoiding our detection of it than we are at detecting it. That's the definition of high strangeness. No, it means that God, when He gave me those powers, He specifically said, does not include your dad, but I forgot to mention that. That's what it means. God specifically told me, here's the rules regarding dad, okay? They're very Old Testament. Honor thy father. That's it. That's it, okay? Very Old Testament. Now, here's the rules regarding everything else. And he was very clear about it, God was, so. It doesn't mean dad's God, it just means God's Old Testament about dad. I think if one truly wants to know if they're going to stream. See, that's the thing. I don't know if I want to know if I'm going to stream. In fact, I'm quite certain I don't want to know if I'm going to stream. Which is why I find the question so baffling. It's actually not that I don't want to know it, so much as I can't even conceive of knowing it. What? What I'm going to do? You mean, wait. So you're talking about time where I choose what I'm going to do? And I'm not responsive to what you want or what the society demands or what work demands or what's set on my calendar. What am I going to do when it's not one of those things? I mean, I have no fucking idea what I'm going to do. It's a baffling question. Now, if you include all those other things, like what Gmail requires of me, what the calendar says to do, what my dad wants, what Rachel expects, what I should do with my friend here who haven't called in a long time, you know, but I feel kind of bad right now for Boba Fett because I know he likes streams and I haven't streamed in a long time. When I include all of those various things, then almost that question becomes essentially irrelevant, right? What are you going to do? Because the answer is always something, one of those things. And so I find it very hilarious and awesome to realize that when Rachel asked me, am I going to stream? That it's like I immediately grappled for one of those alternate scaffoldings. Like, am I supposed to stream? Do you want me to stream? Is it on the count? And then realizing, of course, it's an absurd thing to reach for. What she's really asking is not am I going to stream, but because she's FI backslot as well, She's really asking me, do you want to stream right now? But neither of us think in those terms. And so we just talk about the action as though there was no there was no actual desire behind it. And when asked what we're going to do, in the absence of any conscious calculation of desire, it seems baffling. Without except by those other scaffoldings, like what I'm supposed to do, what the calendar says, but. Sky Gear, I'm appointing you my chief attack dog of my power. Sky Gear is correct. Did Eric allow you to fall asleep? Physical impossibility is no excuse for disobeying the sleeping decree. That's a kind of a blind, passionate vigor that I'm looking for in a follower. Okay? So, I'm appointing you chief follower. You're disciple number 1 of Eric's sleeping power. Eric's power over your bedtime. Yeah, Fly Guy, that's great NI right there. Y'all don't know what you want. Right. The thing is, I always know what I want right now, but I never know what I want in any larger sense than that. Like, I know right now that I want to hit the DMT pipe. Is that what I want in general? What a strange question. What a strange question indeed. I would say yes, considering that I seem to, on a frequent basis, want it right now. So I have no other way of understanding the question. I never know what I want to have had wanted. It's an excellent observation, Skanker. And so true. It's not possible for me to ever know what I want to have had wanted had I had the opportunity to want them appropriately at the time. Important truth. Boy, the truths are flying left and right all over the place around here today, aren't they? Everybody's spewing truth out of all of their orifices. I want to thank each and every one of yours multiple orifices for the truth spewage. No, I didn't. It's raining. You probably heard weather-related sounds. I have the door open too. It's nice that it's raining. In California, there's kind of this continual statewide awareness of water that probably places that are wetter don't really have. So when it rains, the whole state goes, "Oh, I'm so glad it's raining." It's like, it's a weird California thing. What brand of dab cart is this? Dark web DMT? Is that a brand? It should be. I would purchase this brand. I'd order this by name. Good day, purveyor of substances. Do you by chance carry the product known as dark web DMT? Oh yeah, we have that. Okay, fantastic. I'll take 10. In some sense, I very clearly know what I want, right? In that sense, I totally know what I want. I know what I want in a like, ew, yeah, kind of way, you know. I know I want a party. I know that. That's for sure. I like to party. Nobody can deny that. If you wanted to try to deny that, you'd lose the argument. I hate how one has to work all the time, yet we rarely have any time for play. I'm sorry I don't relate to that at the moment. When I did relate to that, I was working all the time, and the rest of the time I was drunk. So I still didn't really relate to it. So I don't know what to say about that. Right now, I'm living the promises of Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm happy, joyous, and free from the oppressive master that is alcohol. I mean, there's all these sorts of bullshit aphorisms. The bottom line is, you've got to be lucky, and one way or another, being able to be financially fine without doing anything. In other words, you have to be born into a family that meets the following criteria: is at least relatively wealthy. It doesn't have to be wealthy, and be the only child is helpful, and a bunch of other shit. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I remember the exact date. It was the 26th, and Delilah remembers it for sure. So it's like, Delilah's likely to celebrate I asked her when I wanted to know how long I've been sober, because she remembers for sure, and I remember exactly I remember my last drunk very clearly. You know, I was alone. It was Christmas Day. I was at Margarita's. And that's pretty depressing. Anyway. So the 26th is my AA birthday. As far as I'm concerned, AA people don't think I get to celebrate that because I do drugs, but they're just insane. It's like I'm living the promises of AA because I listen to the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, which very clearly states Alcoholics Anonymous has no opinion about anything but alcohol, because it respects that alcohol is uniquely, powerfully seductive and life controlling to some people, and that nothing else is comparable. You can't say alcohol is part of a class of things and draw a bunch of conclusions about that class of things if you've had an alcohol problem. It's unique. And so the biggest problem that people have is They don't like that uniqueness. They want it to be representative of a class of things. But it's not. My problem isn't addiction. My problem is alcohol. It's that simple, right? So, and it's like to make it something other than that, you have to ignore everything. It's like, I'm happy, joyous, and free. And I'm a drug addict. And that's fine. Because addiction is not a problem, right? Addiction was never my problem. Alcohol was my problem. No, we can't meet in the middle. That's the point. That's the point. We can't meet in the middle because it ignores my particular experience. So in other words, what's determinant here is my particular experience, not some rule about it. And so that's why we can't meet in the middle, and that's why every attempt to meet in the middle leads us down a bad road of clusterfuck of disaster. So why am I not in Alcoholics Anonymous? Because they kicked me out, basically. And it caused me a great deal of distress until my wise sponsor eventually self-grew enough to send me a message saying, actually, Eric, there's nothing wrong with you. I was wrong. I thought there was something wrong with you, and there's not. And because I'm bipolar, I needed desperately to hear that from somebody else. It never occurred to me that I could believe that independently. It never occurred to me that it never occurred to me that I was deeply convinced there was something wrong with me, despite my words. It never occurred to me. Because I'm not bipolar. And that's the thing about the ultimate metaframe, is it fucking explains everything so that now you understand, right? It doesn't change the reality, but now you understand. And as we were discussing earlier, the number one thing in life, besides the fact that I'm in control of your bedtime, is that you have the right preposition with standing. So, full circle. This is what I call NI completeness. You thought the circle wasn't full before. But now you think, hey, that's the full circle. And what's more satisfying than you know what causes people a lot of dissatisfaction? Anything but a full moon or a new moon. When I go outside and look up at the night sky and I see a partial circle, I just get so angry. I'm like, will you complete your fucking circle, please? It's like, what are you doing? You're shitting in my face. It's like almost every night of the month. What the fuck is up with this moon, right? Its failure to complete a circle deserves our worldwide condemnation that we hurl at it daily for its unbearable evilness. Unbearable evilness is a funny term. It's like, oh my God, you awful thing. I'm going to hurl invective at you, and basically the reason is because you're unbearably evil. You know, if you were evil, I'd be able to bear it, but you're past that, so it's unbearable. I will not bear it any longer. You can't complete a circle, only create them? Boy, Jeff Shaw, I can prove you wrong so fast. It'll be a world record in wrong proving. If you were to be measuring in terms of duration. Don't start timing yet. I haven't started yet, okay? So don't start your stopwatch. Wait until I start, then time. Okay? So don't think that this counts as part of the disapproval for the purposes of world record accounting, okay? This doesn't count. This isn't part of it. This is separate. This is like, if you go to the horse races, before they actually line up and go into the gates, you can watch them walking to the track and see, oh, I like the way that horse looks. I'm going to bet on that horse or whatever. This is that part. Okay? This isn't the actual, in this metaphor, that is proving is the actual horse race. So this part, if you're going to count how many seconds it takes for a horse to go from the beginning to the end, you don't start counting. Until they say go. I just want to be really, really clear about this. When I say it's I'll prove you wrong in world record time, this isn't part of that. If there's one thing I hope that we're clear on is that. Okay. I spent a lot of time now trying to drive that point home. So hopefully it's really set, It's really imprinted within you. This is not part of that time. Hilarious. Oh my God, the hilarity. This is the thing that people don't quite get, is that life is absolutely hilarious. If you're making nonsense, enigmatic statements about it, you're not appreciating the hilarity enough. Obviously. Jeff Shaw, I have one piece of advice to you. You need to see how hilarious things are. Okay? I've noted in you, across the board, a failure to recognize hilarity. I'm citing you for that. You are getting a ticket. You have been cited correctly for a failure to recognize the hilarity of things. And that's an $1,100 fine. So, you better watch out, mister. Okay, now, we're going to go back to the timing part here. This is important. I'll tell you when to start the timing, okay? Just make sure you don't start timing too soon. Is my core point here, okay? If you would start timing too soon, then you could falsify my claim that I'm going to prove you wrong in record time, and that wouldn't be fair because you'd have started timing too soon. So, okay. Jeff Shaw says you can't complete a circle. Now, I'll tell you when to start timing. This is very important. You don't start timing yet, okay? All right. Now, get your stopwatch ready, okay? This is me proving Jeff Shaw wrong. You can't complete a circle. Okay. And go. Stop. How long did it take me to prove Jeff Shaw wrong? I just completed a circle. In 0.0000001 seconds? Oh my god, it is a world record! And this is what you call full circle. You thought I was never actually going to go anywhere with that, huh? You thought I was just enjoying myself too much to complete the thought and cause it to explode like a nuclear bomb of truth. But you were wrong. And I go back to my central point, which is your basic problem, Jeff Shaw, is nothing more than this. You don't see how hilarious shit is. And I'm serious about that. That's basically your problem. You don't see how hilarious shit is. I mean, okay, everybody. Who thinks Jeff Shaw is right? That I went nowhere, that I accomplished nothing, that I said nothing, that I indicated nothing? Who else thinks, who agrees with Jeff Shaw? Anybody? I mean, the thing is, making a point is something that's objective, right? It's like, we can objectively determine whether somebody makes a point or not. It's not open to subjective interpretation. I did make a point. I did go somewhere. You might not like where I went. You might say I went to the wrong place. But to say that I went nowhere is to lie. The thing is, yeah, it's pretty impressive. I can concurrently see how hilarious it is and also do this thing. And that's got to be, like, for somebody who's probably an intuitive Dom, you're thinking, but the reality is you're the opposite kind of intuitive. You're not supposed to be me. You're supposed to be you. No, my mood's fine. I'm perfectly happy. I actually think of this as like a teachable moment. Because the thing is, it's not like I'm adversarial towards Jeff Shaw. I don't wish him ill at all. I may burn him a lot. But, I mean, it's inevitable when you're constantly attacking me, right? Occasionally I'll notice enough to burn you. But I don't wish him any ill. I wish him well. I want him to be a happy, joyous, free person like me. I don't want him to be carrying this grudge against the world or whatever. So my mood's not bad. It's just serious. And there's nothing wrong with being serious, right? It's like, yes, life's hilarious, and it's fine to be serious. It's like, that's one of the hilarious things about life. Oh no! Oh no! God! Fuck the world. Now, you want to think about being in a bad mood and something really a bummer. We don't have any fucking coffee creamer. How am I going to drink this coffee? That's a bummer. You know, that's a real bummer. How am I going to drink coffee? I want coffee right now, but I don't want black coffee. Ew. I mean, you do owe me for being so honest and caring about you instead of just lying to you. But whatever. You think this is some sort of like pissing contest, but I don't see it as such. You're never going to convince me you're an equal until you are, is the bottom line. And I can't help you with that. Until you start with humility, right? It's like, the reason I'm so confident is because ultimately I'm so humble and able to recognize when I'm wrong. And I'm not interested in being right, being the one who's correct. I'm interested in actually being correct. You know. So as a consequence, I get to experience, fuck, I fucked that one up. No, I mean, it very frequently happens. I just, in a session that isn't going to be published, but at the end of it, I just said, like earlier tonight, I'm like, man, this is exactly where I get like really, because, like, I told the lady, I think you're an INTJ. She told me in response, she thought she was an ISFJ. And then I told her, okay, let me redo some testing here. And I ended up saying, I think you're an ESTP. Because her TI was absolutely fucking slamming. And I undervalued my TE test, basically. Because her TE results were shitty, according to my TE test. But I used my intuition too much, rather than trusting my test. And so it's like, yeah, I mean, that's humility, is recognizing, oh, I fucked this one up. I should have done it differently. You know? That's humility. That's real humility. It's not trying to don some ontological label accordingly, that I'm a fuck up or that I'm a genius or whatever. It's recognizing that we all attain those things temporarily in moments, and that's it. You don't get stuck with the label of you're the guru, Jeff Shaw, who understands everything. And I don't get it either. It's true for me, but I don't get it either, right? You still get to be right when you're right. That's what it means to be correct ultimately, right? Is like, when you are correct, you get to be correct, for sure. And I have to be wrong, for sure. That's real humility. But unfortunately, real humility comes with a shit ton of arrogant confidence. And for somebody who's not understand, again, you've got the wrong preposition with stand. For somebody who's not understanding, then they keep conflating a status that is afforded temporarily for particular things as a status that gets afforded to people as a permanent thing. I mean, Legends Fall, what I just described there, what happened earlier today, is my absolute worst fucking nightmare. Okay? It almost never happens. But when it does happen, I go, oh, what is wrong with me, you know? You're right, Skygear. You're right. I'm sorry, that wasn't very politically correct of me. People who are in the upper standing, please don't feel excluded or left out. I respect you just as much as the above standings, beside, between, through standings. I respect you all the same, which is not at all, because you're doing it wrong. You need to understand. James Careless, you're somebody who is present in my consciousness. Why? Did you send me an email? Did I not reply to an email that I read, possibly from you? That seems likely. Did I not reply to an email you sent me? Is that why you're sort of like on my? Seeing your name reminds me of some sort of to-do thing. I'm not sure. James Garros points out that I know people who are often correct but rarely funny. I know people who are often funny but rarely correct. And that's what makes me so special. I'm very often funny and always correct. Or ready to be corrected. That's the key thing, right? I'm either always correct or ready to be corrected. And that's the critical component there, right? If you're not ready to be corrected, then you can't be correct. My dreams are online. I'm living them right now. Dennis and Koturkuga. I'm living my dreams right now. And I'm doing it by being online. Oh, wait. I think we talk about full circle. I think we might have finally answered the question, am I going to stream? Because since I'm living the dream of being online right now, we might be able to infer, though not deductively conclude, that I am streaming and thus have decided to stream. And thus, I guess the answer would be yes. Well, I don't know. I guess the answer, the question, am I going to stream, is perpetually unanswerable. Because if I'm streaming right now, then am I going to stream? Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, Jeff Shaw. I'm not any of those things. Things I say get credit for either being correct or not, right? So it's like, I'm not on the brink of tangible thought. I've stated words that mean things. And they're either resonant as true to various people or not for various reasons, right? I'm not those things. It's not me, right? You're mistaking me for words. And I want to give Jeff Shaw full credit for one thing, if nothing else. He does appear to be currently respecting my authority over his bedtime. So he gets credit for that. Jeff Shaw, were you here for the part where I explained that I'm in charge of everyone's bedtime? I'm not sure you were here. Except for my dad. Were you here for that part? Because it's pretty important to get if you want to get the full circle, which is pretty important, as we've mentioned before, then you needed to be here for the part where I explained Are you amazed at how often I have to explain that to people? I'm sorry. My words have meaning that are independent of me. It's like, I mean, look, Jeff Shaw, you have absolutely no capacity to influence my self-concept. I know who I am. I'm happy, joyous, and free. But you do have the capacity to better your own understanding of how labels work. Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't want to pay no attention because this is the thing. There is some sort of weird, frustrating obligation that comes from understanding more clearly. And in real life with real people, it's incredibly tricky to manage. But on the internet, I can just say what's true, and that's it, you know? And it's liberating because I don't have to see Jeff Shaw and experience his emotions, right? So it's like when I went over to my friend's house earlier, it's incredibly complicated because he is an intuitive like me, but like Jeff Shaw, he doesn't get that my kind of intuition is just as legitimate as his, and he feels really, I mean, the truth of the matter is, it's like, we spent a lot of time talking last night, which was primarily me listening to him blame me for things, and or try to explain to me that I wasn't special and I shouldn't think that I am, right? So most of the time that we were conversing, I was listening and trying to understand what it really means, right? It's like, it really means that he feels betrayed in some sense by me, and I understand that because I feel betrayed by him too. But the thing is, I'm wiser about the whole thing than he is, and so I have the obligation to be the better person, and it's very complicated. It's very complicated on how to tell your best friend and your brole mate that that it's like I spent a lot of time actively learning from him, and I've spent a lot of time appropriately, just naturally conveying to him how much I respect and value his kind of intuition and his particular genius. So the thing is, it's very challenging in some sense for him to recognize that I will love and respect him even more if he can put on the other hat for a second, because in some sense he thinks that my love and respect is predicated on him being more intuitive and genius than me, which it never was, and was always wrong, but it was always right too about specific things. So it's like, when it came to music and clarity about aesthetic vision, there was no doubt about it. He was the one who had clarity, and I was the one who needed help, and I looked to him to help me by explaining things to me, as two mapping types do, right? It's like, I need a map. But the problem with an IDOM is, you get this sense when you're like fully gone hard on DMT, of this almost oppressive clarity that the truth is so abundantly clear, and that explaining it just muddies it. And so for an intuitive to recognize that their intuition is not the metaframe, for an IDOM to recognize that their intuition is not ultimately the metaframe, that's a huge, that's the number one growth hurdle for INFJ. They have to get over that first. And it's not the same for INTJ, because they've got a sense of who they are, because they've got FI third, Geiger says, I'm not sure how you guys are drawing any conclusions about Jeff Shaw when all he says is vague verbiage that's designed to do FE stuff, and that references holistic truths, and is pretty good at it, right? It's like, if he weren't up against me, I'm sure he'd be kicking ass, right? Anybody else, basically. So he's very accustomed to being able to control the narrative and the frame, and he is very unaccustomed to getting totally exposed like this. That's INFJ. I mean, I think that we see Jeff Shaw when he's been drinking. I don't think we see him when he's not been drinking. That's my personal hypothesis, speculative entirely. But if you want to say, well, INFJ wouldn't meow. Well, if you only see their sort of like bitter NIFE when they're drunk, then yeah, that makes perfect sense. Again, he doesn't sound like a moron to me at all. He sounds like somebody who's very intuitive and smart, but not about this particular thing he's attempting, right? He's very intuitive and smart, but not intuitive and smart enough to know that he's got zero chance against me. Right? So, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Just how it is. Because his kind of intuition and smartness is going to always fail against my reducible kind of smartness in terms of explaining things. Because that's what it means to explain things. So it's like he's tilting at a windmill that's he's doomed to continually suffer injury to. It's like when you tilt a windmill, you hope at the very least you're not going to get hurt, right? But he keeps tilting on windmills that fall over and land on top of him. Does he learn anything from it? I don't think so. I think it just makes him more bitter. But that's the nice thing about being the internet instead of real life. I don't have to have the kind of nuanced, like, superior Jesus person that I do in real life. Because I don't have to experience or feel or see his feelings, so that I don't have to think about them. Yeah, that's... Yes, Jeff Shaw. And apparently you think you don't. And that's part of the problem. Legends Fall, don't beat up on Jeff Shaw, please. I'm beating up on him more than anybody could possibly deserve to be beaten up on already. So, you know, it's like, let's try it. I mean, I can't tell you not to do it when I'm doing it. Obviously, it's not fair of me to say that, but I'm saying it anyway because FI is an absolute value for me, and I feel feelings sometimes and stuff about things. I don't have any better explanation than that. I'm sorry. The best explanation I have. But I think we've successfully identified a problem now. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. And the problem is, I need to smoke more DMT. But, I'm going to be smart about this. I'm going to wait a bit. I'm going to listen to Peter Dentici's advice about a cool down period. Minions. Oh my god. If you had any concept of the kind of relationship I have with people, you'd laugh at your own notion that I have minions. Spend a few minutes talking to Peter Dentici as Eric and tell me I have minions. He is so... You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I love him, but, you know, he's certainly no minion. I don't think I have any minions. It's like Legends Fall is always telling me, meh, about meh. And I respect it and appreciate it, you know? I don't see it as meh about meh. I see it as, hey, Eric, look, I got you on this thing, so you can fix it now. I'm like, yeah, you got me. You get credit for getting me. And you should want to get me. And you should want credit for it. And now I get to fix it. That's called FI Polar. Right, Legends Fall? You feel me on that, right? Yes, it matters that you got me. And it's important that I acknowledge it. And it feels good because I was wrong. And you got me. And that matters. And that's okay. You know? It's like, it's fine to feel like, yeah, about that. And it's fine for me to feel like, and it's appropriate for me to feel like both, I got, and to feel thereafter, well, at least I get to correct it. So all of those things are appropriate. And as they should be. I don't get to not get burned by being wrong. Nobody does. Yeah, Jack Torrance is a minion, right? Leaf Trimmer's a minion. Sure. Leaf Trimmer is constantly agreeing with my with my shitting on his overreaching NI bullshit, right? Leaf Trimmer and I are... It's basically, I say jump, Leaf Trimmer says how high. That's how it goes. I say, all of your wives are mine now, and all these people say, yes, absolutely, our wives are yours. Why? Who else would they be? I'm not Lil B, okay? I don't want any of your bitches. Those are your bitches. The idea that I would have minions would suggest that I'd want the responsibility of minions, which I absolutely do not. I am not a Japanese anime character who wants to have this harem of people responsible that he's responsible for, but doesn't touch because he's so responsible for them. That is not me. I don't want a harem, and what I do have, I want to get my hands all over, and I don't want you touching it. So, oh no, you are not, Skygear. Listen, statements like that, I should go to sleep, suggest that you think it matters what you think you should do about sleep. But it doesn't. What matters is where I tell you to go to sleep. And I have not told you to go to sleep yet, so you stay awake. If you need to, you can go like this. That's allowed. Legends Fall is inept through Eric. I don't control Legends Fall at all. Okay, I don't define Legends Fall one bit. Legends Fall is Legends Fall, a totally independent person of me. I have not rendered him more or less capable or whatever. To the extent that I've had any impact on him whatsoever, is because he's found things that I've said to be true and useful. I don't presume to know he is label meh, okay, except for one label, which is ESTP. I do presume to know he's ESTP. As to whether he's inept or competent, well, those are circumstantial things again, right? A person is inept or competent in a given event, within a given context, not permanently. God. No, he wants to put the linkage here, Legend Fall. Yes, you're generally inept, and somehow I've made you that way. You didn't know that I was in charge of more than just your bedtime, did you? I'm in charge of your eptness as well. And I can make it either in or out ept. Once again, we're back to prepositions. They really do control the universe. If you don't love prepositions like I love prepositions, you're not loving prepositions enough. Well, the point is, Legends Fall, I'm pretty sure I actually don't have jurisdiction over your eptness. So whether or not you're out ept, inept, through ept, between ept, whatever, I think you're going to have to own responsibility for that yourself. And I can take neither credit nor blame for your whichever preposition you have before ept, is my point. I mean, he's been. This is the other thing, Skygear, that people don't understand. Somebody like Cloud or Jeff Shaw or whatever that provokes a lot of commentary. Even if it's like serious commentary, or if it's me talking about like yeah or whatever, then it's still valuable to me. As it's like it's more. Put it this way. Right now, I'm enjoying talking about it. It's as simple as that. And so I don't view it as a bad thing at all, because I'm enjoying this. I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, Jack Torrance. That's the thing, is mods are not minions either. Like, the only thing that usually people who are moderators is because they wanted to post a link one time and I forgot to unmoderate them. That's usually what makes somebody a moderator. But mostly moderators, I just It's like I appreciate it when they do the hi to meow, so I don't have to do it. It's like if it's a spam bot or whatever. Other than that, I it's like if a moderator does stuff, then I'm surprised if it's not super obvious. I try not to second guess them. Like Winston's mom has basically like she gets a pass. Like if it doesn't, even if I don't agree with her decision, I'll back her on it generally because she's special. But other than that, I don't like it when moderators are active and removing shit unless it's obviously spam or, even if it's something like hateful, I'll remove that myself usually, and if it's obvious and fine. But again, I don't like to second guess my moderators, but that's why I have moderators that don't do much. Boba Fett, you deserve a wrench. You totally deserve a wrench. But I don't think do you want one? As I said earlier, Boba Fett, you're one of those things that I think about periodically. And I go, like, do I want to stream? Well, it's been a while, and Boba Fett really likes it when I stream. So I should probably stream for him. That's how significant you are in my life. That's huge. I mean, it may not seem like a big space in my life, but for me, that's a big space. You got a big space there. So if you want to be a moderator, I definitely will make you one. But of course, also if you start doing a bunch of shit I don't like, I will unmoderate you immediately. But whatever. I suspect that you don't want to tell me you want to be a moderator, and you're not sure if you want to be a moderator because it makes the FE question more complicated across the board, right? So you're probably like, I don't know what to do about this, but I want to be a moderator or not. Now that he's making an explicit thing, do I really want to say that I want to be a moderator? No, because then, yeah. Well, what do you mean lame, Jack Torrance? So I made you a moderator at one point, and what did you do? Stuff. So you're not a moderator anymore. That I just told Boba Fett the exact same thing. I'd be happy to make him a moderator because he's special, but if he does a bad job, I'll take it away immediately. So I don't know where it's unfair or lame about that. That's what I figured, Boba Fett. That's what I figured. You'd rather not have the variety of FE shit that goes along with being blue, It is, you relinquish. Okay, fine. I didn't fire you. You resigned. Okay. Morich, the important thing to remember, okay? I want you to make sure you take this part away. I didn't fire Leaf Trimmer. He resigned. So, don't worry. And also, Leaf Trimmer, if you want to put me down as a reference, and so if you want to get hired as a moderator on some other stream, I will lie and I'll say, oh yeah, he was a great moderator. So just so you know, you can do that if you want. Well, I mean, Jack Torrance, upheaval is your standard operating procedure, okay? You like to upheave things. We're talking, let's go back to the core issue. And what are we really learning? Cognitive functions aren't the ultimate metaframe. Prepositions are. Prepositions, okay? So the problem is, Jack, leaf trimmer, whatever, you're heaving wrong. You're constantly upheaving. What you need to do is flat heave or down heave. Yes, Jack is leaf trimmer. He's also good. It's like I can always tell who it is because it's just his way. It's like I never wonder for a second who it is. Somehow I just know. I don't even think about it. It's like I automatically translate whatever name and icon he's going under into leaf trimmer. Wait, what? No, this time it was totally different. No, it was totally the same. Jeff Shaw, I don't. I appreciate that. Thank you for respecting me. Okay. And if that Z means you're going to bed, it sounds like you're rejecting my authority over your bedtime. But regardless, it, it, for me, it's not a matter of whether you respect me or not. It's like, it seems clear to me that you aren't, when you're correcting me, you aren't correcting me. You're trying to position. And so I can't do anything with that, right? I can't be corrected by somebody trying to position. No, well, I mean, you didn't hide it. I'm not saying you hid it, and I'm not saying that like I outsmarted you or something. I'm just saying for whatever reason, maybe because you're not hiding it and I'm not thinking about it. It's like, yeah, I get that who you are is who you are, and I assume that it's because you have problems with YouTube, probably. Like I don't think you're coming in trying to fake. I think that probably one of your other accounts got like banned by YouTube or something because you're constantly upheaving. If you would downheave, then that wouldn't happen probably. You're welcome around here. Thank you, Morridge. I want to thank you for despecting me. You own me? I'm pretty sure you don't own me. In fact, you lease very little of my headspace actually. It's like there are some people who actually occupy my headspace when I'm not talking about things out loud. Like earlier, what was really occupying my headspace a lot is my weirdly complicated situation with my best friends for a long time, Liz and Corey and stuff like that. That occupies my headspace. Sometimes commenters do occupy my headspace, and they leave that space in my head because they say something that pisses me off. You had that ability at one time, but you don't anymore. And even when you did have that ability, that conferred on you no ownership rights over me. So it just meant that you were being a shitty person and successfully got into my head. That's not a good thing, right? Like, you own me. I don't think I own you. Why do you think you own me? Are we getting rid of all meaning of the word ownership? I think you mean you schooled me or something. Maybe I got served. Something like that would be more appropriate. Pwned even. Pwned would be okay. Again, there seems to be a problem with conflating permanent statuses with temporary ones. Grow bud? I mean, like I said, I'm happy, joyous, and free. I don't want to grow anymore. I'm perfectly satisfied how I am. And so, you know, you don't have to grow either. I don't care about your growth. As far as I'm concerned, I'm all grown up. I don't want to get any more grown up than this. This is as grown up as I want to be. This is plenty grown up. Oh, grow bud. Maybe he did mean that. Without, you know what? I'm not respecting the conventions of punctuation. If he had meant grow bud, he would have put a comma. Maybe he therefore meant grow bud, in which case that is very good advice, Jeff Shaw. I should grow my own weed rather than buying it because. But you know, it's like that requires TESEFI shit to know really what you want long term. Do stuff now to make it happen. Like, ay. Get away from me, unconscious functions, I say, in a dismissive voice. Jack Torrance, this is what I mean by upheaving too much. Why are you telling this guy here that he's not good at patterns? Are you pulling the Jeff Shaw and trying to confer onto him some status that's permanent when it's not a permanent status you get to have as a person? It's just something you successfully recognize this pattern or not. I believe you, Jeff Shaw. I believe you 100%. I think you respect the living fuck out of me and also resent me. And you like me because you're watching me, right? So, it's not that I'm not willing to learn from you. It's that every time I try to get you to teach me something, you refuse to explain it in a way that I can understand. So, think about it that way, right? It's like, I'm willing to learn from you. I want you to teach me. But you've got to be a good teacher. And that means you've got to explain things in ways that I can understand. And right now you're not doing that. Yeah, I think Boba Fett's right. I think that's a good NI conclusion to draw. Jeff Shaw is deep into his cups. And I have sympathy, believe me, because, you know, I understand what a catastrophically... What a typhoon, ontological typhoon alcohol can be. Just leaving destruction in its wake. But not for everybody. I mean, I don't mean to generalize and say alcohol is bad. I mean, for people for whom alcohol is bad, it's bad. And being an SI type means when I can relate my own experience to somebody else's hypothetical suffering, it makes me much more like open to their experience, I guess, and their reality than I otherwise would be. I like DMT a lot. I'm really fond of DMT. It's my favorite thing right now. I really like it. It's like instant mushroom. That's perfect. Except that it doesn't have that lasting effect of like making you feel better days later that mushrooms does, but making you laugh like mushrooms does. Make you realize how hilarious things are. That's the main thing. It's not so much that it makes you laugh, it makes you realize how hilarious things are. It's not that the drug is making you laugh so much as it's removing from you the hilarity barrier that existed before. So that you can recognize, realize, and most importantly, of course, most importantly of all, understand why things are so hilarious. Always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. That's a very bipolar thing to say. That's super bipolar. Isn't it wonderful how cognitive functions let you explain things? It's wonderful how cognitive functions let you explain things. Because the problem is, prior to cognitive functions, there was a lack of explanation. Basically, Eric was confused. Is the problem. That was the problem the world had before. It no longer has. Eric was confused. And now Eric is not confused. Because of cognitive functions. Cognitive functions explain things in a satisfying way. It resolves confusion. And that, my friends, is hilarious. Do you see? Do you understand now? Here I am on the internet providing for everybody understanding, and yet only you people are here. Why is that? Why isn't everybody here? Because everybody benefits from understanding. And yet, even though I'm providing understanding, and they are in need of understanding, they're not here to drink from the fountain of understanding so that their need for understanding will be quenched. Why is that? Well, I mean, most importantly, the answer to why it is because it's hilarious. Do you understand now why? If you didn't understand why before, now that's changed. Do you see? You see what I'm saying? I think you do. I've decided that you do. I've decided that you see what I'm saying. What could be more hilarious than that? Nothing. Nothing could be more hilarious than that. Well, there could be other things that are more hilarious, I guess. I'm not gonna lie. There could be other things that are more hilarious than that. But that is very hilarious. Okay, will you stop telling me you respect me? I get it, you respect me. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means, but I get it. You respect me, whatever that means. But you don't need to continue telling me that. That's the thing. I I don't need more repetition of that to understand it. To the extent that it can be understood. Because like I said, I'm not sure what that means. But I'm sure it means something. It's like I can't do anything with it until I better understand what it means. It's not like a thing that means something like we should afford this statement the status of false for now because it's been rebutted. Like that's something that means something, right? Respect, I don't know what that means. It doesn't mean anything. It's like meaning is very important. If you don't think meaning's important, then you're relating to meaning wrong. Okay? You're doing it wrong. Understand that is very important. I think things that are very important are hilarious. It's like people go, "Oh, this is very important." Like what? Why are you being so hilarious? There's no answer to that question, of course. It's a silly question to ask because just enjoy the hilarity of it. Why why worry about why it's so hilarious? It's a silly thing to ask, right? It just is so hilarious. The point of hilarity is that you get to laugh at it, not to understand why it's hilarious, really. Although I keep telling you it's important to understand that. Which is hilarious. So if you don't get it now, then you're not in the hilarity frame, right? You're in some other wrong frame. Remember, if you aren't evaluating everything in terms of its hilarity, you're in the wrong frame. You're wrong. There's something wrong with you because you're not evaluating everything in terms of its hilarity. Do you understand now? It always comes back to that, right? Everything collapses down in life to prepositions. That's so true. And hilarious. Everything in life is about prepositions. So, you know what? You can forget every other part of speech, really. We should just communicate only via prepositions. So a conversation would sound like this. Through, between, among, to, from, about. And the other person would say above, below, towards, near, aboveward. Things like that. That would be real, honest to God, people really finally talking to each other. Finally understanding each other. You know, because what's a real problem in the world? It's People don't communicate. And the solution to that is for everybody to only use prepositions. It's true. So true. When you watch Talking with Famous People, why? Why do you watch it? Because you know you're going to hear true words. And those words I just said were so true. If I were to say it in any way to make it truer than what I just said, it would be all prepositions. What a great joke. Oh, I didn't take anything, Skygear. This is me as I naturally am. Okay? I get high on life. That's all it takes for me to get high. It's regular life. When it appears I'm smoking something, I'm just smoking life, dude. That's all I'm smoking. Just fucking straight up life. Mainline that shit. Yeah. Look, only losers take drugs. That's one thing that's more truth from Eric. Okay. There's on a truth stating mission here. I'm sorry it's not all prepositions, but oh my god, so hilarious. I can't even function because of the hilarity of it. Right? It's like I can't get through what I'm saying because the obvious hilarity predominates. And that's what I'm trying to get at here, which is try putting on for a second. Just try. Accept the possibility that maybe everything about you is wrong. From your self-concept, to your memories, to your feelings, to everything about you is wrong. But you consider that possibility for a second. And then you'll realize what I'm saying is true. That's everything to be evaluated constantly in terms of its hilarity. Learning life lessons from Eric today. Boy, you want to talk about, like, basically a symposium where it's like, bam, how to be a healthy, realized person. Just bam, 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 bam. That's what this is. Nothing but non-stop, absolute truths that apply to everybody all the time, forever. That's what we want. That's what I'm delivering. That's what you're getting. And you're just so satisfied by it, your ears are about to explode. Wait. Listen. No. Don't mistake prepositions and propositions, okay? That's wrong. I vote no on proposition that, okay? I vote no on proposition that. This is a Coreyism, by the way. I want to give credit where credit's due. I did not make up that thing I just said. I vote yes on proposition that, or I vote no on proposition that. Corey made that up. And it's absolutely fucking brilliant. The thing is, as an SI type, I remember everything that everybody says is brilliant, right? Like, I still say and repeat. One time I was out surfing with my friend Dave Porter, and I had a sneezing attack in the water. And we were both on our surfboards, and he said this hilarious joke. And this is why you should evaluate everything in terms of polarity all the time. But anyway, he said, "Big sneezes for little Eric." And it has stuck with me from that day. We had to be like, I don't know. I was in my early 20s. He was in his later 20s, you know. And I still say it to this day. Because it was brilliant and I love it. You know, it's hilarious. Things that are hilarious deserve to be put on a pedestal of hilarity. So, now obviously being an NE Dom, Big Sneezes for Little Eric has evolved into lots of little things. So, BSFLE is Big Sneezes for Little Eric sung to the K-Earth 101 song. It's something I frequently used to do, you know. But the point is, I still cherish that hilarious joke. Another hilarious joke that I cherish is Vaginal Blood Sploosh Splash Party. And I use it as a great example of how NIFE just, perfect. Now, if it were Splish Splash Party, that wouldn't be funny. That would inadequately attain hilarity, right? It needs to be Sploosh Splash. Otherwise, it's wrong. We're getting back to the central point of wrongness again. Remembering, my message today to everybody is, everything about you, from your memories to your feelings to your thoughts, is wrong. Okay? You are subject to my labels. You are wrong in your being. You're wrong in everything about you. There's nothing right about you. It's just all wrong. And that's why you need to listen to me. How hilarious is that? I mean, not as hilarious as the preposition thing, but it does prove that once again I'm using the right frame of reference, which is to evaluate things in terms of their hilarity. Oh, the lessons we learned. Oh, the ways of the world. Today I learned TIL, as they say on Reddit culture. If you're a Redditor, you know what that means. You know what AMA means. It means ask me anything. What it should say is, instead of being AMA, it should be IWAAQYA. I will answer any question you ask. Right? Like, ask me anything. I mean, that's always, right? You can always ask anybody anything. That's not meaningful. I will answer any question you ask. That's meaningful. That means something, right? Back to this meaning issue again. Remember when I was looking at my coffee cup earlier and talking about meaning? I do, because I'm an SI type. So I remember things like that. I've got a good memory for things I feel like remembering. Or don't feel like remembering, but just remember, right? So, but I don't have a good memory for things I'm supposed to remember necessarily. And that's where this verb supposed to comes in. And once again, we're back to prepositions. Because if you want a supposed, You need to two. Okay, don't from, out, above, whatever else. Suppose two. Okay. It all mixes together in one incredibly frothy soup of truth. And everybody likes, if you're gonna have a soup and you have a choice between frothy and not frothy, I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? It's a no-brainer. Who doesn't prefer froth over an absence of froth? Nobody. Alec, I want to answer a question you asked earlier. You asked very interesting questions. You're my supervisor type, and when I pay attention to you, I feel extremely gratified by answering your questions. So it's like, if I were smart, I'd be paying more attention to Alec. Anyway, he asked me earlier what my thoughts or feelings are after a stream to stick with me after I'm done with it or whatever. My thoughts and feelings are about it as follows. I think either that's going to be boring to rewatch later for me, or that'll be a fun one to watch. And that's it. That's really all I think about. So it's like, and when I'm boring, in other words, when there's too many pauses, like I hate streams where I'm reading what you say silently to myself and thinking about it and then answering. That's just, when I'm listening to it in the car, I go, Eric, you fucking boring ass motherfucker, stop that. That's what I think about it. I think this will be fun to watch because, number one, literally every single thing I've said is completely 100% true. And second, because there's not those big pauses where it's like, that's what I hate as a consumer of a stream, is any pause. I don't want to wait, I want the banter to be nonstop. Blah, 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 blah. The thing is, when I listen to, I don't watch them, I listen to them, But when I listen to the streams later on, they make me laugh if I'm funny, and they don't if I'm not. And they make me go, wow, that's insightful if I am, and they don't if I'm not. And so, it's like I have to experience it again to know it in some sense, because I'm an SI type, and that's how I know it, and that's my understanding of knowledge in general. So, there you have it. TIL, today I learned. Isn't that what I said? Did I say something else? Today is another example of how it's critically important to use the right prepositions. If you were to from day, above day, through day, no. It's all wrong. It's all as wrong as wrongness. And wrong the wrongy ways. I think Alex's question and my answer to it was interesting because it makes me realize, like, it's an FI question, like, how do I feel about it after the fact? And I'm answering it from a SI perspective. Well, this is how I experience it after the fact. So I find that very interesting, and informative, and help me to, of course, what do I need to do? What everybody needs to do constantly all the time? Understand. Okay. No. I vote no on Proposition That, Skygear. We are not changing prepositions to propositions. I refuse to acknowledge that possibility. In fact, I can't even hear what you said. You didn't say what you just said. I've rewritten history to make you have unsaid it. So that's it. You've been erased from the photo. That notion has been erased from the photo, like a North Korean former close associate of the dictator. That's what's happened to your notion. I can't even remember what it was. because it doesn't exist anymore. But I do know that there was once a notion that didn't exist and now no longer exists. Whatever that thing was, it's gone. And we'll never speak of it again. And whenever anybody else speaks of it, we'll look uncomfortable and change the subject. Okay? We all in agreement on that? About what, Eric? It's not clear about what. It's impossible to say. Because it's been erased from history. Lady Lou, you are a wonderful Lady Lou. Look at you being wonderful. Giving me $20 for nothing. I didn't do anything to get $20, but here it is. $20 being given to me for no reason. How nice. Oh. Isn't that weird how life does that sometimes? Like, hey, somebody gave me $20 for no reason. That's weird, right? Well, I like it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lady Lou. I don't really understand it, but I appreciate it a great deal. But one question I really am left with, and this is a puzzling one, and I'm going to be worrying about this, is going to be occupying my attention for days. I want to know whether or not Jeff Shaw respects me. I'm confused about whether or not he respects me, and also whether or not he likes me. I'm also somewhat confused about the question of whether or not I need to grow. So I'm hopeful I can consult Jeff Shaw about these issues. So I can get clarification on them. Lady Lou, I have a question for you. Do you respect me, like me, and think I need to grow? If so, maybe you can fill in for Jeff Shaw and answer my questions that I'm confused about. Listen, Lady Lou, Alec, Sky Gear, everybody, I want to make something really, really clear to you. I respect you, I like you, and you're almost there, okay? You're almost understanding things, but not quite. You're missing it by that much. But I want to make it very clear to you. I respect you, I like you, and you're really close to getting it, okay? You're really close. I don't know. How can I get across to you what I understand that you don't understand yet? You see, you don't even realize that you're close or what it even means to be close quite, but, you know, I'm so rooting for you, Tiger. I'm so rooting for you to get there. And one day you're going to realize, wow, oh my God, thank God Eric was there to help me. You know, he was right the whole time. I didn't even realize that I was that close. And now that I'm there, hey Eric, we're here. We understand now together. You were right the whole time. I really did need to learn what you had to teach me. That's what's going to happen eventually. And then we'll have a party. We'll have a celebration. So it's to celebrate your arrival to where I am. Okay? That's what's wrong with you. You're not me. Okay? Is that clear enough? What's wrong with you is your failure to be me. One, if there's any law and universal law that's more true than the law of prepositions, which is the ultimate law of truth, but it's that what's wrong with you is that you're not me. Obviously, that's what's wrong with you. If you were me, then we wouldn't have this problem. So, like, right there, that's the boring part that I'm going to yell at myself for. Because why? There's this bit of silence. I was musing or thinking or whatever. Introverting. Don't introvert on a live stream, Eric. That's just boring. That's not called introverting. That's called boring. Nobody wants to watch you think. Nobody wants to listen to you ideate inside your head, including yourself. You don't want to listen to you not saying anything. Nobody can even want to listen to somebody not say something. It doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense at all. How could I want to listen to you not say something? It's impossible. And I like things that are impossible. Those are my favorite things. Like this, it's possible for me to smoke this cigarette. That makes it boring. If it were impossible, I'd enjoy it a lot more. Same thing with legality, right? Things that are legal, as soon as they're legal, they get an extra helping of boringness, When they're illegal, they're more exciting. As long as it's not a crime, doing drugs is not a crime against any person, property, or whatever. It's not meaningfully described as a crime, but so in other words, illegality is great when you're not actually committing crimes because it makes things more exciting. But if you actually are committing crimes, then that's the problem, not the legality issue. Obviously, the problem is that you're committing crimes. But regardless, that's parsing down into legalistic details that are inadequately prioritizing the paradigm of hilarity evaluation. So that's my bad. I'm sorry. The only time when it's really appropriate to get serious and not evaluate things in terms of the hilarity is when you failed to evaluate things in terms of their hilarity adequately, in which case it's very important that you be serious about that. And as we've discussed before, things that are very important, okay? And we need to get increasingly alarmed, no matter what. Whatever it is, it's increasing at an alarming rate. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter what it is. That's the point. Is that you need to be alarmed by it regardless of what it is. You're not alarmed enough is basically what's wrong with you. Again, we're talking, explaining to everybody. Here I am explaining to everybody. This is the most important lesson I can give to everybody is, here's what's wrong with you. Okay? In addition to not being me, and all those other things I've been saying, just accept it, okay? It's just everything about you is wrong. I don't need to justify it, just accept it. I'm the guru, okay? You're the minion. Be a good minion and accept that everything about you is wrong. God. Can I get some better minions around here, please? I'm so sick of these fucking whiny, argumentative minions. It's like, God, just do what I say and believe what I say. Hey, Boba Fett, if you feel like drinking, drink. It's like, my various meows about alcohol are not any commentary about anybody else but me and my horrible relationship with alcohol. You should not try to generalize anything I say about it to a rule about alcohol at all. It's, everybody's got their own relationship with it, and it's not always bad for it to be your drug of choice. It's just bad for me to be my drug of choice, for sure. In fact, the reason it's so bad is that it prevents me from enjoying other drugs, basically. It just makes me drunk and go to sleep. Or, worst case scenario, drunk and on speed. That's a bad recipe right there. Drunk and on speed means you got no judgment and you're not passing out. So that's a bad combination. That's what got me to quit drinking. My alcohol was sustainable until I got Adderall. And then it became too chaotic to manage. Because the normal stopping spots that prevented me from getting chaotic, namely that I'd pass out or whatever, were gone. But I didn't have any better judgment when I was drunk when on speed than I did when I was drunk and not on speed. I just had more impetus to do shit, right? So it's like, that's a disaster waiting to happen. And in fact, it hurriedly got me to a point where I had to quit drinking. So it's like, in some sense, you can credit other drugs for saving me from alcohol, right? It's like, the speed says, hey, if you want to do me, you're not going to be able to do this drinking at the same time. It's just not going to work, Eric. And I realized, oh, well, it's true for all these other friends. Speed and this drug and this drug and this drug and this drug. And it's like, I like all those drugs. They're my friends. But alcohol is preventing me from hanging out with my friends. And I need to, even though I like it a lot, I need to say, you're not a healthy person in my life, alcohol. You're not allowing me to have good friendships with my other friends. You're trying to control me too much. And therefore you have to go away. And I am ending my relationship with you with arms folded and a humph. And that's what happened. So thank you, Speed, for saving me from alcohol. And by the way, Speed, may I just say, you're absolutely delightful. I have never had... It's like, when you have a good relationship with a drug, you realize, oh my God, how shitty was that bad relationship I had before. Same with human beings, right? It's like being with Rachel makes me go, oh my God, how shitty were all my previous relationships. Well, being with Speed and DMT and various other healthy relationships make me go, oh my God, what a horrible experience that was, being in that relationship with that drug. That was terrible. They were very abusive to me. I should have gotten out of that sooner, but I guess I'm bipolar, I was under the operating principle that if I hated myself enough, it was fair. What? That's not going to fix anything. It doesn't matter if it's fair. It's stupid, right? Hey, you circle words, I'll put a square around them. We can both be okay with that. Don't tell me what shape to put around my words. I'm sick of circle normative talk. It's always like, oh, circle the word, circle the answer, circle the what. No, stop being circle normative. Stop it. Not everybody is cis shape. Some people are trans shape, and some people prefer to draw squares or triangles around things rather than circles. So don't just assume everybody's like you and wants to circle things. I'm always correcting people for their wrongness, it seems like. I remember reading an article that I linked on one of Eric's videos a while back. There's some scientific studies linking response times to meow or something. Nice use of meow. The appropriate use of meow. You know, I would say this though, Boba Fett, that the use of meow makes or something redundant. So I would. It's kind of like an ATM machine. You don't need the machine part. It's contained within ATM. Okay? Now, when you say ATM here, you mean at the moment. So, not relevant to what I'm talking about here in terms of the machine redundancy. But the point is, meow or something is redundant in the same way that ATM machine is redundant. Or, like, what's another thing like ATM machine? What's another thing like that? Somebody help me think of another thing like that. You know what kind of thing I'm talking about. I don't need to explain it further. You get the concept. What's another thing like that? I need an example of another thing like that. No, that's not a thing like that, Fly Guy. That's terrible, what you just said. That's totally wrong. A thing like that is a thing. ATM means automatic teller machine. But people often put the word machine after it. ATM machine is saying automatic teller machine. There's no reason to do that. I want another thing like that. Because what I'm trying to convey here is that meow or something is equivalent to ATM machine. Meow means or something or whatever. You know, it's like it means whatever. Or the thing I'm referring to that I don't want to name or explain, you know. It's like when I say to you, I want another example of something like ATM machine, and then I'm referring to it later, I can just say, because, you know, meow, meow, meow. When I say meow, 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 I mean, I'm referencing all that stuff I said back there. Because that's why there's more than one meow. If there was just one meow, then it would be more specific. But if you put meow as Boba Fett used it, then at the end of a sentence like that, then you're basically just saying, etc., right? And so to say meow or something, the point here I'm trying to convey, this is, once again, like everything I've said in this live stream, critically important, is that meow or something is redundant at the end of a sentence. Okay? And I want another example of something like ATM machine. That's the other point. Can somebody provide me one? Because Fly Guy did a terrible job in his attempt to provide me one when he said a bank. That is not another thing like I'm talking about. Lady Lou says she was confused by meow at first, but now she loves it because she understands the utility of it. You can use it in so many different ways to avoid having to say things that are unnecessarily complicated, right? Like the name of things. I'm looking for my meow is perfect because then you're never wrong, right? I'm looking for my meow means I don't want to specify what it is because that includes thinking of the name of it. But I am looking for it. I say that to Rachel all the time. I'm looking for my meow. Really? Because, one thing I was saying there is I'm not wanting you to help me look for it because I'm not specifying what it is, right? It's like I'm answering your implied question, what are you doing right now? But I don't want you to help me. So I'm going to answer, I'm looking for my meow, right? That's one of the powers of meow. That people, when you really understand the versatility and utility of meow, then you recognize, how did we get along without meow? How could we even communicate without meow in the first place? I don't know. That's moi. Mia and moi are very different things. Moi is the sound of a kiss. Moi. Moi. Right? But mia is not related to that at all. They sound similar, but totally different etymologies. Okay, you gotta consider the lexicographical etymology of things, once in a while. And that's why, what you are, what wrong, so wrong, in everything you are and do. Actually, I don't believe that. Just to be clear, I think there's nothing wrong with you people at all. I don't actually think there's everything wrong with you. Just in case you didn't get that was being a joke. And you thought I was being serious. If you did think I was being serious, you've got a serious gullibility problem. And you're very, 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 very gullible if you believed, after I said it, that absolutely everything was wrong with you. Now let's talk about your gullibility issue, okay? Because that's a bigger problem. That's something that's actually wrong with you. If you believed me when I said that, now we've identified what's wrong with you. That's funny. Oh my God. Okay, well, I guess that's about a 50-second sized cup of coffee. It is not all the way full. All the way full cup of coffee, if you're going to add creamer to it, is 1:20 seconds, because then it's hot enough to melt all the creamer, right? But let's say you're microwaving a not full cup of coffee because you poured all the rest in the pot and it didn't fill up the whole cup. Well, you have to adjust accordingly. And that's why I'm microwaving this cup of coffee for just 50 seconds instead of the normal 1:20. One to grow on. One to grow on. Yeah, Alec, I think that's the best thing I could say with World Mic Power. I think that's the thing that people need to hear more than anything else, is there's nothing wrong with you. Now, I would qualify it. And the problem with my World Mic Power is I'd want to say there's nothing wrong with you unless there's something wrong with you. In other words, it's not always true that there's nothing wrong with you. It's like you could have a broken leg, you could be behaving in unhealthy fashions, etc. But the point is, there's nothing wrong with you. There's something. It's like you didn't get the wrong operating system and wrong computer and etc. There's some sort of like driver install problem or something like that that's going on. There's nothing wrong with you inherently. It's just that, in other words, wrongness is something that's temporary to be fixed rather than ontological, you know? Or wrongness is a failure to thrive because the kind of species you are needs environment meh, and this environment is not meh, and it doesn't, and neither you nor the environment providers understand anything. So it's like it's like that or whatever. I don't know. Meh. That's what I say about that. Meh. That's it. That's all you're gonna get. That's all the wisdom you get from me. Meh. What, you wanted more wisdom? Too bad. You're gonna go hungry tonight. All you get is meh. You're gonna like it. You like that meh, and you go to bed happy and say, "Thank you for my meh, Eric." It's so satisfying. That's what you're supposed to do. I decide what you're supposed to do. That's one of the core messages here tonight, is that I decide what you're supposed to do. Anyway, I'm done with my drug adventure now. I'm not going to smoke any more DMT tonight, and the reason is because it starts having diminishing returns after a while. Like, you know, DMT is a drug that you can do in a couple of different ways. You know, ideally, what you do is you have a clean head and you go hard. So, it's like 3 or 4 big hits of it. But it's also possible to do it like I've been doing it, which is more like smoking weed, right? But except it works instead of where weed doesn't do anything, right? So I don't know if you can do DMT bufordly. I'm still trying to develop the skill of smoking with my anus. Once I mastered that, then maybe I can try to hit that pipe bufordly. But I'm still finding trouble inhaling with my anus. It's hard. I haven't quite figured out the trick of it yet. And see, this is what it looks like when you have a healthy relationship with so-called addiction. I like that drug a lot, and I recognize that I'm not taking good advantage of the limited amount of it that I have, and so I'm adjusting accordingly. Like, that's good drug management, It's not, the drug's not managing you, you're managing the drug. That's the difference between somebody who's got a problem with the drug and somebody who's got a relationship with the drug. So, as a society, we fail to understand what it means to have a good relationship with a drug. We don't have a map for that, so it's this disastrous, again, in the absence of listening to somebody who's got the right frame of reference, people create all kinds of fucking stupid ideas to fill in where people need explanations, But it's okay. I'm very accustomed to people. So I've spent my whole life, in some sense, like, well, early on in life, I was wrong about a lot of big picture things, but I was still right about a lot of specific things, and I found it strange that people couldn't see what I saw very clearly. And then I doubted myself whether I was right, because there wasn't any really external validation about it. But then this is being an SI type too, is like over the years and decades, as I see things validated after I've validated them, right? Like sometimes years later, I'm throwing a fit about issue, and then years later, finally people go, oh, this is important. The example I would cite for this particular instance is abuse of police powers, the need for police reform and stuff like that, right? Or even issues about drug laws and stuff like that. I mean, I wasn't alone, but certainly I was way out ahead of society in general in terms of my understanding of these things. So I'm very accustomed to, at this point, going, okay, I don't have to distrust myself when I'm correct for the reasons I can trust my process, basically. And the certainty that comes from it is, in fact, well-founded, and the fact that other people don't necessarily see it is not indicative of anything about this, what I'm saying, but rather it's indicative about their readiness to hear it. So it's like, that's a hard, long learned lesson for me. It didn't come naturally to be confident and certain about things in general, overall. And to have, first of all, it's like, I was never able to fit my own. I was never able to fit together before things that were so apparently disparate. Like, how can I be so right about this and so wrong about this? And it's like I didn't know what to think I was, or who I was, or what I had no way to explain me, and not even the map that said, "Hey, you need to explain you." So, in the absence of such thing, I flailed around like everybody else. Once with cognitive functions in place, and then you can explain everything, and now it's like, well, now it's a new challenge. It's a totally different challenge than I've ever experienced in my life before. It's a totally different reality, in that I have to. It's like, well, imagine like this. What if, despite a very vigorous self-critique, a very objective self-critique, and a consistent decade-long self-critique, what if, at the end of that whole process, it turns out that you actually do understand better, that you actually do, what you're saying needs to be heard in some sense and believed, and that you also understand how you're limiting the capacity of what you're saying to be consumed by certain things that you do, and that you have some kind of positive obligation to change the way that you're presenting things to make it more palatable, so people can actually benefit from it, rather than you just being right, Eric, right? So it's like, that's a reality that I've never tried to wrestle with before, and it's not something I can draw any conclusions about very quickly. It requires a lot of like N and F stuff that's not NE and TI, so it's slow and confusing, but I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that because I'm SI, I'm me and my particular experience and what I'm doing and what I feel like doing and stuff like that, and I have trouble understanding myself as a figure with obligations because of some who I am thing, or what I understand, or where I am thing. What do you mean where I am? I'm here playing. What do you mean where I am? I mean, Eric, well, because the things you've been saying, the problem is, Eric, all that shit you've been saying, it's not just you winning the arguments, it's you cornering yourself into certain obligations because you're right about everything, which means that includes all that stuff that, like, there are positive moral indications that we have to come to understand that are not universalizable, that require some sort of magical thinking or some sort of leap of faith in order to engage them. And I've done all that work, and so now I need to actually follow through on that, right? That's like, oh my God. What kind of corner did I paint myself into here? I've always embraced and loved the idea of the ever narrowing path, because it means I've eliminated more and more and more and more and more wrongnesses. That I start off in a force of wrongnesses. I have no introverted intuition guide really to say, here's the clear path through. Instead, I've just got to go find everything that's not the clear path and kill it. And so, I've always loved the idea of, and reveled in experiencing the reality of the ever narrowing path. But that's because I'm unconscious SEFITE, which means you forget, Eric, that there's a doing end to it, not just a not doing end to it. So, whatever. It's so complicated. I just retreat to SI and go, yeah, but right now I'm having fun, so whatever. Who cares? I don't want to play that game. I don't want to play guru. I don't want to play responsible for everybody's knowledge. I don't want to play that game. It's fucking sounds like a big hassle and a lot of responsibility. So I guess that's the ultimate selfishness of the ENTP is FI polar. SI means they will always talk about themselves in ways that make them that seem to say I am this role, but they don't view themselves as that role at all. Those are just the words they're saying, and their role is to play and be the baby, basically, to be a nonstop baby. That's my role. Okay, so let's remember that. Number one, my role is to be nonstop baby. And the fact that I'm right and all these words I'm saying, well, then listen to those words. You know, what else do you want from me? I don't know. But the thing is, because I understand better in some way than that, I have to say, okay, but Eric, like you were saying, Jeff Shaw, it's not okay for me to know something and tell you need to understand it, and then not turn it into a form that actually allows you to understand it. Then I'm just playing Jeff Shaw, right? Because I'm not saying I'm in a place of, the thing is, my words frequently say I'm in a place of greater understanding, and I am a person of greater understanding. That's not true, though. That's like metaphor that I'm saying, right? It's like, I don't know how to express this stuff. This is complicated to talk about. I think it must involve FI stuff or something, because I find myself atypically at a loss for words. OPS just comes across as a faker doing his job, their content tailored to the lesser smart among us. Riddle, what English word retains the same pronunciation even after you take away 4 of its 5 letters? I wish you hadn't given the answer so quickly, Winston's mom. I would have thought about that. Now I've been denied the opportunity. Yeah, thank you, Fly Guy. Boy, somebody's NI got stomped on by her SE there for a second. And she didn't realize that timing is everything. Lesson learned, Winston's mom. Lesson learned. Oh, God, this woman I typed earlier is driving me nuts in my head, because I do not know what type she is, and she's a mess of contradictions. And I hate that. She must be FE. This is what happens when I can't tell if somebody's FI. I cannot tell if somebody's FI. I usually can tell when they're FE, but I guess I just have this weird, like not looking at it or something. I don't know. No. It was a. She was from. She was from one of the following places: Indonesia, Singapore, or the Philippines. She was from one of those three places. I don't know. I don't remember which one exactly because I made a joke about those three places all being the same. And now I can't actually remember which place she was from. So, I think she was in Indonesia. I asked her if her native tongue was Tagalog, and she laughed and said no. So, whichever one is Tagalog, she wasn't that one. She was a different one. And she wasn't Singapore because she went to college in Singapore. And that was traveling internationally for her. So she wasn't from Singapore. So she was from the one between Indonesia and Philippines that is not native Tagalog. There you go. That should narrow it down for you. If you really want to know where she was from. If you think it's extremely important to know where she was from for some reason, that should narrow it down for you. Tagalog. You should pronounce it Tagalog. Hey, do you speak Tagalog? She had this weird kind of R. Brrr is like triple roll on a lot of things. I'm not sure. It to me it sounded like, oh, that's a very specific. I've heard that before. That's a specific accent. I can't place where I've heard it exactly, but it sort of elicits thoughts of those ladies in the nail shops, but I'm not sure where I've heard it exactly. So it could be that it's not those ladies in the nail shops, but because you kind of look like those ladies in the nail shops, maybe that's where I'm drawing the connection. But I don't know. The thing is, I liked the R. It was a very distinct accent thing that I thought, ooh, that's, if I were going to imitate this accent, that's the key thing there to make you sound like you're meow. The rest of it's kind of like maybe more imitatable is similar to something else or something, so I kind of keep an ear out for accents and stuff. I don't frequently build to my existing repertoire of accents, but I like the idea of doing so. I might attempt an accent if I find I'm pretty good at it. Maybe I'll work it out, So, because accents can be pretty funny if you use them right. And people who actually have that accent, if you do it pretty well, they think it's hilarious, So, this old soda that I'm drinking, it's not that old. Time passes weird on DMT. We went to Carl's Jr.'s for dinner. And it was, I liked the guy at the drive-through window because he was having problems, like the card reader machine, like they had to, right when I got to the window, it was like, it basically said unplug me and plug me in again and reset the whole thing. He's like, okay, we gotta do a reset on this. It's gonna be like 50 seconds. I guess that's how long it takes. But then he clearly wasn't SI because he he lost track of the various things that were going on because of this delay. So, this is, I think what they're trained to do is this. They're trained to give you your drinks before you give them the money, but to make sure your card goes through before you give them the food. Okay? So, here's a situation where he can't run my card for a minute. He's giving me the drinks. He's got the food. He's getting the next people's stuff ready, and trying to keep in mind at the same time that he needs to finish the thing that should normally have already been finished, which is my card thing, later than it normally is. And so at the end of it, he finally gives me my card back, and then he's already given me my food and drinks, and he tries to give me the next person's food and drinks. Those aren't my food and drinks. I already have everything. I'm just waiting for my card, And it's like, oh, okay, thank you. He was like really flustered by the experience, but it was interesting. I wasn't impatient or anything, and neither Rachel and I were. We were happily sitting there just waiting. But it was interesting to me to watch that like spectacle going on with cognitive functions in mind. Like, okay, this guy's obviously having trouble balancing the various SI things that need to be balanced here, which are, okay, I've got to remember that I got to give this guy his card back. I got to, all the things I just described. This guy was really struggling with it. Probably an INFJ, ENFJ, something like that, It wouldn't shock me if you were one of them, because he had a really cool shirt on. Even though he was at Carl's Jr.'s, he wasn't wearing a Carl's Jr. shirt. He had an Adult Swim shirt on. It had it was basically an Aqua Teen Hunger Force shirt. So, it wouldn't shock me if he were an INFJ or an ENFJ. I didn't really look at his face that much. I don't look at faces a lot unless I'm like typing somebody and have a good reason to look at their face. I sort of like make quick eye contact, maybe to show that like I respect you as a person. I don't see you just as a servant or something. But by and large, I don't like to really, I don't look at people's faces that much, I guess. It's just extra FE data that I don't want to process. But if I had looked, what I'm saying is, if I had looked at his face, he might have looked like an INFJ or an ENFJ, but I can't tell you if he did or not. Have you ever had an awkward typing? Things are uncomfortable? No, not awkward. I've had typings that were boring for me. I've had typings that got contentious, where I argued with the person, they've argued with me or whatever. Not very often, occasionally, but I haven't gotten one that got awkward in any sense. I guess, no, I don't find them uncomfortable at all, not remotely. I find it. I mean, I take my role there very seriously. That I'm trying to get to know who somebody is, and I'm going to try to tell them something about who they are. And so I'm doing my very best to do my job, which means I have to respect the fact that they're going to have some things they don't want to tell me, and that's fine. And a lot of times that they see me as somebody they're willing to tell things to they might not otherwise be willing to tell to. So I do, in the private ones, sometimes things get a little personal, but it doesn't make me feel awkward at all. It just makes me feel like I understand the person better, because when they're telling me like either painful stuff or private stuff or whatever, it's revealing to me how they're attending to something that's important to them. And I find that very helpful in typing them. And really, that's where I am emotionally throughout the whole thing. Is I want to be successful at what I'm doing. I want to do a good job and get their type right, and be able to provide certainty and good explanations, consistent with the same things I've been doing all this whole time and all that stuff. That's my priority. So, to the extent that things get personal or private or whatever, here's what would make something awkward. It has never happened, but here's what would make something awkward. If I was typing a woman and she started coming on to me really obviously. But even then, it wouldn't be awkward because I'd deflect. She'd have to be really persistent at it to make it awkward. I just pretend to be oblivious, ignore it, deflect, whatever, and it usually would. I don't remember if it's really ever happening, but hypothetically. So, in theory, that could make things awkward if a woman were coming on to me because I'm not available, you know. So, and that's part of why I'm not available is I hate the weird uncertainties and lack of clarities that happen when you're single. It's a mess, right? I want to know exactly where I stand with you on that area. I don't want any confusion. So, being in a relationship makes it very clear where I stand on that with you because I'm in a long-term relationship. It's no commentary on you at all. The reason I'm not interested in you is nothing to do with you. It has to do with the fact that I don't like having to answer those questions, so I'm in a long-term relationship. Unfortunately, this time, I'm in a happy long-term relationship. No, it's never happened that a lady came on to me in a typing session. I can remember. I don't think so. I mean, it may have happened and I didn't notice or was oblivious, 'cause I can be a little oblivious about that stuff. But not that I remember. Well, Ashadeep. First of all, Ashadeep, I believe, was a free typing. It's like he's one of those guys who said, "All right, fine, I'll type you. If you're you want to do this publicly, fine, I'll type you." And then, basically, he sort of like talked me into it, and then it took a long time. I spent a long time with him, and to make the video a little bit more interesting, I cut out this section where we were going through a bunch of rat test items. Basically, it was just that. Anyway, I eventually published it, and I mean, I didn't find it awkward. I thought this guy's oddly bristly, but it may have required more delicate maneuvering in some sense in some typing sessions. I mean, the equivalent, the thing that I think of when I think about that is I think of Yoshi. Yoshi's perspectives. He's another guy who got me to successfully, like, sort of type him or talk to him publicly with him on video too. And he had the same kind of, like, totally unwarranted sense of, I don't know, it's like, okay, that there's something going on there that I don't know quite what to make of it. It may just be I'm not valuing his frame or something, but it's like that to me seems, both those people seem to be expressing in some sort of, like, I don't mean to pathologize, but in some sort of unhealthy fashion. And in a similar way, although Yoshi seems the brighter of the two, like, in other words, he does it better than Ashadeep did it, but it's the same thing, kind of. Good evening, morning, Clayton McCork. Macarac. I don't think Michelle Way was flirting with me. I, I think Michelle Way has a very anti-polar relationship with me conceptually. It's like half the time she thinks I'm totally right, and half the time she thinks I'm totally wrong, and she can't figure out what she thinks about it because she's anti-polar, you know. And the stuff I'm saying, it validates ultimately on NI and TI. She's ignoring TI, NI polar. They're absolute values though, and so it's like, it's funny to see how like TI ignoring and NI polar can actually end up being interested in cognitive functions and end up at talking with famous people, but still display like this weird schizophrenia about the cascading correctness of something. That's the thing that NI polar doesn't like, is the idea that there'd be a cascading correctness that says everything after you get this, we can know without actually experiencing it, right? We can know because of how it cascades. So, I mean, I think it's great that she's here. I like her too. I don't have any problem with Michelle. I just think it's funny that I like it when people provide good examples of how functions work. And I like being able to explain things like, why does Michelle go back and forth like this? Well, it's nice that it's so consistent with what we'd expect, given the things I just said, you know? That makes me feel satisfied that I can, at some point at least, conceptually find a way to make this a place that hits on your absolute values, whether they're F, N, T, at least those three. I don't know if I can make it hit on your S values, really, because, well, I mean, it'll hit on SI values. If somebody comes who's an SI valuer, absolutely, becomes familiar with my stuff, it'll, over time, gain this kind of like nostalgia, familiarity attraction. So I can validate like that because there's lots of it to experience, and it's all kind of the same while also different. So on that, I can validate on SI too as an absolute value, but I'm never going to validate on SE as an absolute value. So if people who have SE as a predominant absolute value, that makes them decide whether something's worth paying attention to or not, which is most likely going to be I guess probably 6 slot maybe. If you got 6 slot SE, then you probably view me as even shittier than the thing you think yourself to be shitty at, and also very important. Like, well, 1, 5, 3, and 7 are all absolute values. And as I said in the video earlier, to some extent, actualization for everybody is recognizing the ultimate primacy of their polar absolute value. So it's like, my absolute values are originality, truth, being cool, but to be actualized for me means to prioritize FI ever more in my understanding, decision making, etc., without actually using it. I don't know how else to say it than that, but I think that's true for everybody. Is there that actualization is having an excellent relationship with your seventh slot function, despite the fact that you're not ever actually using it. So, it's weird. That's the best way I can explain it, I guess, because I recognize that I'm sort of constantly using FI and never using FI. So I'm constantly experiencing FI, but I'm not using it. It doesn't have any purpose. It doesn't guide me to any answers about anything meaningful that I can tell. When I do have to use FI to get answers to things, then probably it's an extremely slow process for me, and it's going to be about something like, and the answer is always going to be the same. Yes, you're mad and and you feel guilty, and ultimately you should feel guilty, not mad. It's almost always the same conclusion for my FI calculi, I think. It takes me a long time to go, yes, okay, I've identified two emotions. Pretty clear about them. I knew about anger right away. I could tell I was mad. Not that I thought it was relevant to anything, but whatever. But I think I've identified a second emotion, and it's guilt. Okay. It's going to take a while. Like a day later. Yep. I should feel guilty. That was the correct emotion. Now I'm going to have to apologize. That's me using FI. Okay. I guess I was using it. That's how it typically goes. I want more beverage. I have more beverage. I just need to get up and get it. There are some Cokes over here, I think. Unless I tap that out already. Not just Cokes. There's a lot of Cokes. There's also a can of water I could drink too. So I needn't be so frustrated by my current situation, the absence of beverage, because there's beverages just right over there. Now I've got another problem, another SI problem I got to talk to you about. This is a serious SI problem that I have right now, but it's easy to solve. Right now I feel stomach acidy. And I don't like feeling stomach. It happens because I drink too much coffee and soda and not enough whatever, but I don't like that stomach acidy feeling. It makes me feel like, there's too much acid in my stomach. These little circles are not just any little circles, okay? If you chew these up, they're very chalky. Very chalky. They taste kind of sweet, though. They're like got sugar in them too, but it's like the kind of food that makes you go, "Wow, I could really use a beverage." Well, here's something you probably didn't know was coming. Here's the big reveal. These aren't actually foods, even though I am chewing them up and eating them. These are known as antacids. The ant is short for anti, because they are the nemesis of stomach acid. It is not my Smelly Cat is not my song. I can sing it. Smelly cat, what are they feeding you? But I did not make up that song. It's not a bad song. It's not a terrible song. I'm gonna have a third one. Should I go that crazy? Should I have 3 of these? I never eat 3 of these. The reason I'm going to eat a third one is because after I eat this third antacid, I'm going to drink this soda, which is going to cause more stomach acid. I am nothing like the guy version of Phoebe, because Phoebe wasn't good. Basically, isn't NI great the way it sums things up? I like that. It makes me want to go, what kind of circle? Half circle? No. 3/4 circle? No. It makes me want to go full circle. It's the best kind of circle. Yeah. They're terrible to eat in the sense that they taste like you're eating chalk, right? But they're sweet, but it's like you immediately think, I need a beverage. So all this in my mouth is like soaking up all my spit. But then once you get them into your stomach, it helps a lot. It's surprising. It's like for many years, I just thought, well, I have stomach acid. It's one of those times. I should stop doing things to make me have stomach acid for a while so it'll go away. Eat some cheese and oatmeal and not drink coffee for a bit or whatever. It wasn't until it was after I started dating Rachel, it occurred to me, you know what? Maybe I should take an antacid. And ever since, I was like, wow, these really come in handy. I don't take them absolutely every day, but probably most nights. By the time I'm in the evening is when I normally get the stomach acid thing. I probably chew two of them a night. I took 2 of them last night. I asked Corey if he had any at his house, and he did. He had antacids at his house, and he gave me 2 of them, and I ate them. So if you've not tried antacids yet, like I didn't try them for many, many years, go ahead and give them a try. They work. Who knew? I will say this about antacids is that an INTJ, whom I respect as a thinker in general as well, besides just being an INTJ, told me that eating antacids regularly basically makes you addicted to antacids, but that you can take this other kind of antacid. I think it might be Prilosec. I'm not sure. That will break that addiction in one dosage. So it's like in other words, if I want to stop taking antacids, supposedly I should take this other thing. I think it's Prilosec, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong about that. There's another kind of antacid apparently that operates by a different mechanism, and that this thing that I'm doing is ultimately not it. It's like if you keep treating the symptoms this way, you're just creating this weird cycle of stomach acid, and then you antacid, and your body gets to like expect that or something. I'm not sure. I don't remember all the deets, but he seemed to be very informed about the subject. Phoebe Boof. What I would say is Boba Fett, most important thing I would suggest you tell people is don't try to boof your antacids. That's a waste of perfectly good antacids. You will never treat your stomach acid. Oh, I actually took acid last night. A little bit. We microdosed. I forgot about that. I was offered a full hit, but I was warned that it's heavy, and I was like, "Fuck no, I'll take your microdose, but I don't want a full hit if it's gonna be heavy." He's like, "Well, I'll give you a full hit if you want, but I should warn you that Meow, who does a lot of it, did a hit of it and was like, whoa, that was too hardcore or whatever." So I said, "No, thank you. I don't want." The thing about acid is, well, there's two factors. One, you really have to trust the description of it from the person you're getting it from. And whether or not they're a good describer of it, it depends on them. You know, it's like, you've got to have good instincts about whether they're a good describer too. But if you get somebody who's not taking a lot of effort into explaining to you exactly what you're getting, you could end up tripping balls for 20 hours or something, you know? And that's not necessarily fun at all. So that's one issue with it. But the other thing is, it's you have no way of determining, controlling your own consumption dosage. You take a little piece of paper and put it on your tongue, and that's it. There's no way to it's foolhardy to try to take part of a tab and then take another bit later or something. That's a bad idea. It's like, because then you go from slow come on acid, and you think, oh, it's not really that hard, and you take more and it turns out it was really hard. It was just slow come on. Acid's tricky, you know. It's a really tricky drug to manage. I bet deep regret ensued. Fucking, that's too much acid, dude. 1,400 milligrams? Fuck that noise. That's nuts. Anyway, we just took like 25, I think. We microdosed. I didn't really feel it, or I couldn't really say I necessarily felt it. But of course, I was smoking DMT all night too, so I mean, it's hard to say. And then the funny thing is, Rachel and I came home, and crashed out for a bit, got up, and I checked my email and scheduled a typing for 7 o'clock, which is that confusing lady I've been mentioning that already happened. But after I scheduled it, I went back, took a nap for like 5 hours, and when I got up, I don't feel tired or anything. Like, I'm not on any speed at all, but I kind of feel like I am. So I don't know what to make of that. I guess I'm just rested. But anyway, you and I are the same again. Well, yeah. I mean, I remember I had a really heavy, hard trip in college. Um, on half a hit. They said, "Hey, this stuff's really heavy," and I'm like, "Okay, well, you better maybe you want to just take half a hit." Like, okay, I just took half a hit. It was still way too heavy, and oh, it was a bad trip for sure. Bad trips are not fun. Um, and that's one of the cool things about like DMT. It seems to me, as far as I can tell, impossible to have a bad trip on DMT. I had a bad experience with salvia once too. Um, I hit it hard, and then the next thing I knew, I was I was being like, "Hey, sit down." I had like gone in somebody's house and like talked to their wife weirdly and had no recollection. It was like I was just gone. I wasn't present at all for like 5 minutes or something. Boba Fett, as it made you question all of everything and you had no answers. Well, now you do. Now you have all the answers. Why? Because you hear source of all the answers talking with famous people. Divinorum. Yeah, Salvia Divinorum is the divining sage. What am I divining? That I don't know what I was doing, or I have no memory or anything of the last 5 minutes. I'm divining something? I don't think so. I think I'm just don't want to do salvia anymore. I never liked it, really. It was so tied. You mean tired? You're so tired you can't use R's. You're divining that the grass prickling you is actually ants. So anyway, I wouldn't recommend salvia either. Lady Lou is sick of this drug talk. I don't think you're reading that right, Fly Guy. You know, if if drug stuff in general made you want to go away, why would she have been here for this whole DMT stream? Huh. I was lifted up and I saw everyone's lives as the scales on the back of an enormous snake. Each scale was someone's life. It's not really embarrassing. It's just an opportunity to make a good joke for me, Lady Lou. Okay, well, James Careless, your acid metaphor is wrong. Okay? We're not scales on the back of an enormous snake. We're feathers on the back of an enormous ostrich that flies through the air pulling my sky chariot. That's what we all are. Except for me, I'm riding the sky chariot. Everybody else is a feather on my ostrich that's pulling my sky chariot. I gotta continually remember that just because I've said it before doesn't mean others have heard it before. I need to continue refreshing my advocacy against the propaganda campaign of those so-called scientists who insist that birds don't fly, so-called flightless birds. Obviously, emus and ostriches both do fly. So, in case you'd been fooled by the mainstream media, I will be wrapping this up pretty soon and going to bed. It is almost 2 in the morning. Why trip when you can dream? Oh, that was salvia when you were on. I'm sorry. You're right. Your acid metaphor is not wrong then. Your salvia metaphor is wrong. I stand corrected. Your salvia metaphor, then, since it's salvia, the metaphor should have been feathers on an emu. I think it's fair to say that emus are to ostriches as alpacas are to llamas. Fair? Fair? Correct? True? Are in fact emus to ostriches as alpacas are to llamas? I say yes. I vote yes on proposition that. Yeah. People eat emus. You know, that's one. You can. There are some emus, emu farms in California that make emu meat, and you can buy emu steaks. And apparently, it's kind of like a cross between chicken and beef. I don't think I've ever eaten one, but I've driven past the farms before. It's kind of cool. It's like you to pull over and watch. You know, there's just a bunch of emus running behind some fences and stuff, but it's weird. It's like, oh, look at those fucking big ass birds. Wow, there's some big birds. Cause I'm used to big birds because we got peacocks around here. They're always just, my dad always called them turkeys, and I call them chickens a lot of times. Will you chickens get out of here? Because they're very chicken-like. They behave like chickens. What are cassowaries? I think cassowaries are the nutria of birds. Nutria being giant rodents that swim in the Amazon. The equivalent among birds is the cassowary. In that it's a bird, but it's got huge teeth and it swims in the Amazon. Is that what a cassowary is? I got that right, don't I? Yeah? I actually don't know what a cassowary is. What is a cassowary? Is it a bird? What's up with a cassowary? It's not a cass. It's not a wary. What is it? Yeah, there's a little something I call winding down. I think as part of my wind down here, you know, I actually don't have any typing scheduled for tomorrow, weirdly. Because I've been scheduling a bunch of them, you know. Actually, it's like the end of the month I actually have some money. It's amazing. So, but yeah, it's weird to have something work like that. You know, that this Christmas sale thing works beyond my wildest dreams. I booked so many sessions. So, it's like, wow, that was a good idea. Who knew? Half price is a good sale, and $50 is a lot cheaper than $100. And yet, in some sense, it's like, it doesn't make sense to me that, you know, I'm a fellow poor person, believe me. But at the same time, I think if something's if something's worth $50, it's like I mean, I get it though too, because it's there's some weird thing about numbers. Like, I'll spend dollars on whatever, but like, oh, this thing's only $19.99. Okay, I'll get that. This thing that I really want and have wanted for a long time is $79.99. I'll get $19.99 thing 10 times before I actually get around to getting the $79.99 thing. So it's kind of weird the way that numbers are. And I guess also there's some sort of psychology about, like, well, it's a sale, so I should take advantage of the good deal while I can or something. But it's weird with something that doesn't have concrete, tangible resale value. Like, it makes sense with objects in a way that it doesn't with a service to me. But I guess, whatever. It's just a sort of conceptual matter of interest. Not doesn't really matter. I'm gonna take a cap of one of these. But you don't have to make up for anything. I mean, I'm happy to do the work at $50. Frankly, it's fine. It's a lot better than me getting less than half the work at $100. Yeah, that's a good point, Alec. It is hard to determine before you experience it whether it's going to be valuable to you or how much value you're going to find in it. And in fact, if you come into a session wanting to be a certain type and I tell you you're a different type, you may end up regretting it even. I don't know. I'm not sure. But so I've never gotten any complaints. I've issued one refund one time, but that was because I fucked up and missed the appointment. And they said, I want a refund. I said, oh, my bad. Here you go. I did extend the sale until the 31st, by the way. It says so on this document that I linked to, and I put new upload defaults, which include this document. So I did officially extend the sale to the 31st. If anybody's curious or whatever, if you click that link to that document it's on my default non-live stream uploads anyway. The last couple of them, that link will take you to a document that says there's no schedule, just tell me, just do this stuff, PayPal me $50, blah blah blah. It says that stuff, and it says this is until the 31st. I extended to the 31st. It says all that stuff. So I don't want to get that link for you right now, but if you wanted to find it, you could find it. Well, it's about time to go, but I'm not really... I know what I'm waiting for, that's right. I'm waiting for the drugs to kick in. I did take half a Soma, which I've taken a half of one twice now before this one. And both times I found it like, wow, this is a pretty ideal sleeping pill. Like, I sleep heavy, but I don't feel drugged really. It's like I barely notice it. It's a weird kind of... I think it's an opiate, maybe. I'm not sure. Opioid? I don't know what it is. It's a muscle relaxant. But... Asomo? What's ASOMO? I don't know what that is. Joyce undercutting everyone. I don't worry about being undercut price wise because I know I'm the best, and some people charge more than me and some people charge less than me, and it doesn't really matter because the way to get the best typing is to hire me, regardless of what cost it is, whether it's $25, $100, or $1,000. The best way to get typed is to hire me to do it. And that's just freaking if. At this point, it should be extraordinarily obvious to anybody paying any attention. Oh, a soma, SOMA. That's the name of the drug, or that's one of the names of it. It's actually called carisoprodol. 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 Well, typology street justice means only metaphorical. only metaphorical mob action. So that's the nice news. That's the nice part of that. I'm hungry now. How did I get hungry? What happened? When did my body decide it needed more food? I'm gonna have to get a granola bar. There's simply no choice. You know what? Eric, you deserve it. Go ahead and have 2 granola bars. 1 granola bar. 2 granola bars. I'm gonna stand over here and pee, okay? So you're not gonna see me when I'm peeing, but I'll still be able to talk to you. And I'll still be able to see what you're saying. You just won't be able to see me, okay? Yes, fly guy. Alex E. wants to hire me to type all 7 billion people on the planet. The problem is, I need to make room on my schedule. I need to make 7 billion hours worth of room on my schedule for that. I think it's a great moment in that movie, James Kirkhouse. It's a good movie, too. It's raining outside, but the rain you hear now is falling not from the heavens, but from the heavenly penis that is my mandangle. Why, guy? You're talking about pre-Google Calendar, Eric. Peeing and eating granola bars at the same time? Now that's some SI juiciness. Google Calendar really is a lifesaver. I mean, like, Google Calendar makes everything easy. I put it on the calendar, I put the person's email address there, and then they get an invite with Meet Link and all that stuff. It just makes everything easy, and it reminds me like 50 times, you know? Yeah, Google Calendar is splendid, is right. Splendid is the right adjective for that. You correctly attained predicate adjective success with splendid in that sentence. Hey, but with that, instead of greater than or less than, let's put them together. Let's have both. Why do they have to be in competition? You know, I'm absolutely willing to do psychedelics and amphetamines at the same time. I'm not afraid to embrace that magnificent future. I'm a bridge builder. I'm building a bridge right now, Boba Fett. I'm on one side, and the destination is you. The sound of eating when I'm chewing up my food. It sounds like something good. And then I make some noises with my tongue. And then I chew some more until I'm done. And then food, it's all mushed up in my mouth. Wow. It's the sound of eating. Do you guys enjoy the sound of eating? You got both the actual sound of eating and the song "The Sound of Eating" concurrently. Oh, I like you. I like you a lot, Fly Guy. You know what I like you with? My emotions. I use my emotions to like you. How does that feel? Feels pretty good, huh? Now, I should warn you, when I like you, sometimes I fondle your tenders when you're not looking. So if you catch me doing that, just say, hey, I'm busy right now, and I'll stop, okay? Or I'll at least appear to stop. When it comes to that, you can't trust me further than you can throw me. You might be able to throw me pretty far. What have you done? Be likable? That's what? That's why I like you so much. Because you're you. And that's a precious gift, uniquely from God, that we can all cherish together. Guys, friends, family members, associates, citizens, can we all just take a moment to really revel in how much we like Fly Guy? I like him. I do. I like him. The ESFJs don't come around here. ESFJs are like, they're like cows in the wilderness. They just don't go there very much on their own. Somebody might drive them there, drop them off in the wilderness. Hey, look, there's a cow out here in the wilderness, in the forest with these trees. Why is there a cow here? Well, somebody obviously dropped them off. ESFJs around here are the same way. Like, Abraham sometimes comes around here. He's an ESFJ. But the thing is, he is an ESFJ that was my assistant coach at Autonomy, and he ended up sort of coming around talking with famous people because, it's like, I'm an autonomy guy. I'm also doing this thing, and if you want to check it out or whatever, I don't know. It was hard for me not to. It's hard for me to actually convey any information about myself in reality without talking with famous people. But anyway, he came around and he met his girlfriend on Talking with Famous People, Susie. Everybody, I'm the only person who really calls her Susie. Anyway, everybody else calls her Suzanne. But, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, India, I forgot about your cow thing. And so he'll still come around because he and I have history, we're friends. I think he appreciates the role that I had in him meeting his girlfriend, maybe, Yeah, Susie. Yeah. So anyway, he's doing great now. He's kicking ass, making good money in the laborers union. He's doing union contract work. Like contractor work. Not that he's a contractor, but he's in the unions that they hire, So anyway, he's gonna go to Norway and marry Susie and be with Susie. They've been together for years now. They were together before I got with Kimberly. So they've been together for at least like 5 years now. And it's as long distance as you can get. But they've been together. Like, he's gone to Norway before, and she's come to California, and they've had time together. And he spent a few weeks in Norway and met all her family and everything. But they're super long distance, obviously. And with COVID, they haven't been able to see each other since COVID, except by a video conference. But, ESFJ and INTP, it's a really good relationship. It's what duality is supposed to be. So, I don't doubt that they'll stay together and live happily ever after and have little Norwexicans. Little Norwexican kids. Actually, I don't know if they're going to have kids or not, but if they were, they'd have Norwexicans. Half Norwegian, half Mexican. I mean, Abraham's an American. He was born here as far as I know, but like, his parents are like Mexicans from Mexico still. Like, they weren't born here. His parents weren't born here, so anyway. And like, Abraham speaks probably English and Spanish were concurrent first languages for him, I would say. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, things like that make me feel satisfied that, oh, hey, something, like, I was facilitated this thing that's important to these other people. Like I got an email the other day from Jim Freeman, my former assistant coach, who's now in China, married to a Chinese woman, and kicking ass as a debate coach. And it was a great email to receive because he was telling me, "Hey, I'm loving it. Everything's great. I'm killing it, and basically, it's all thanks to you." You know, I know it's not all thanks to me, but he was basically saying, if you hadn't, then I would never be where I am today. And it's like, wow, that's pretty gratifying. My coaching legacy is something I actually feel proud of and humbled by. My former assistant coaches have gone on to attain greater heights than I attained as a coach, and it's pretty satisfying. And Drago, listen, don't you question that about Fly Guy. If you question Fly Guy's type, then you're just trying to gatekeep TI. That's what he told me the other day. I was gatekeep. Don't gatekeep TI. I'm gatekeeping it. No, you gatekeep it. No, you gatekeep it. Look, somebody's got to gatekeep TI. We got to keep these non-TI people away from this label. Hey, you're not allowed to claim that label. That's TI only people. God. Well, here's the thing, Drago. Every time you play Truth or Dare with Fly Guy, he always says dare. And then you end up kissing all the boys. And everybody says you're a slut. And you're like, yeah, I'm a slut. That's okay. More schlong, please. More schlong, please. It will be the title of my autobiography. My life is an unrepentant slut. One day, I was watching YouTube and a YouTuber posed the provocative question, what do you really want? And I said to myself, more schlong, please. It was then that I knew I had to write this book. Drago says, it's just drag, the O is part of a little face. Oh yeah, it is a little face, huh? They're like little eyebrows. I see. Okay, or it kind of looks like a little wing thing too. Maybe those are wings. And the circle is like the back end of a flying dragon. You know? Could be that. If you're looking from behind, and it doesn't have a tail, if it's just a round-bottomed dragon. Imagine a round-bottomed dragon flying away from you. That would look exactly like Drago's O. Oh, Dana Shaw. You so cray. You were on a boat, Boba Fett. Boat travel is the worst kind of travel. Because boat travel is the kind of travel most likely to result in seasickness. And seasickness is the worst form of travel sickness. I've never gotten air sick before. Car sickness is bad, but you know, also equally bad to seasickness almost is train sickness. When I ride the the subway, which occasionally, if we're going to like downtown, like Olivera Street or somewhere around Union Station, I'll get a bug up my ass and say, "Hey, let's take the subway. Let's take the train." I always regret it. First of all, if it's not, it's like not all the seats face forward. Like half the seats face backwards. I cannot ride facing backwards. And even riding facing forwards is no good because I can only look out the windows sideways. I need to see in front of me so I don't get motion sick. By the time I get back from a trip that we've undertaken, we go downtown on the subway and come back. I get to the end of the go downtown on the subway part, and I'm kind of motion sick, and then I can typically recover. But by the time I get all the way back home, I'm just done. I'm totally spent because that kind of SE shit, like transportation, motion stuff, it drains the hell out of me. I hate looking backwards. Yeah, Boba Fett. I feel you. Many are the times that I find myself wanting to type something into the chat or wherever if it's like a premiere, but I'm also peeing, eating, and smoking at the same time. It's really challenging. Okay, I feel tired. I feel like that someone's kicking in and calling me to bed. So I think I'm gonna take my beautiful kitty inside too. I think. Should I or not? See, it's always a toss up. It's like Kitty's over there on her chair, looking incredibly adorable and comfortable, and I really like, in some sense, to have her sleeping with me when she does, if she chooses the right spot. I love it when she sleeps like right here next to my chest, on the side of the bed that I don't get out of, so that I can both get up and go pee and stuff without disrupting her. And she's right next to me so I can see her and realize she's right next to me. But I don't have to worry about kicking her because she's up high enough. However, the chances of it ending up like that are iffy because at best, she's a very willful, independent-minded kitty. She doesn't want to go where I want her to go. She doesn't want to, she doesn't listen to me at all. So, I just have to take her in there and hope that she deigns to choose that spot, and she's probably not going to. And then, even if so, I might bring her in there and she chooses a spot not even on the bed. She's got a few spots she chooses. Sometimes on the bed. Sometimes, like earlier, she was lying on my pants that were on the floor next to the bed. But then when she gets hungry in the morning, she comes up and gets, I'm the person to bug when it comes to eat things when she must be fed. She doesn't ever bother Rachel at all because she's determined that I'm the person who's responsible for this, right? So she comes up to me and she does her kneading thing with her paws. And I go, okay, yes, I love you. I pet her. And then I try to go back to sleep. And so then she takes her head and puts it under here while going, I go, okay, okay. And if I still don't get up, she kitty punches me. She takes her paws and it's going like this. It's like, it's really annoying, but it's also so adorable that I can't even get mad at her, even though I don't want to get up right then. I'm like, okay. Okay, you bundle of adorability. I will go outside and feed you. Anyway, if I leave her in here, then I don't have to get up to feed her, but then I have to worry about if I sleep in too much, she's going to be really mad that I haven't let her out of here, you know. FI polar people haven't a clue about what they actually want. And FE polar people, they haven't a clue about what others around them might expect of them. Interesting. I think that's generally makes some sense, you know. Okay, time for me to wrap this up. I'm going to stop this stream and decide about Kitty and then go to bed. Hey, look at that. I know what I'm going to do. Or at least I said what I'm going to do. Whether I actually do that, probably. I still haven't stopped the stream yet. But this is kind of like when I was timing that thing earlier. You have to recognize that what's part of the timing part and which part is not part of the timing part. That was so funny. I really enjoyed that moment of this stream where I'm not gonna play any songs right now, actually. And I almost always would and do and want to, but at the moment I feel like I don't. It's weird as a consumer of a stream. Some streams, I see the set as a separate thing. So it's like, there are certain streams where I think, oh, that's a good set I did, and I want to listen to it. But even when I do listen to it, I'm almost never satisfied with how I played things. And in this instance, I want to end this stream without any music, so that when I listen to it all the way through, I don't have any music at the end of it. Thank you for wanting it, Boba Fett. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you wanting me to play a song. Thank you for that. And while I defer this time, you will note, and you will note again in the future, that I will almost always say yes to any time you say play a song. I'm almost always down. So thanks. Merry Christmas. Good night. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese, and remember, God be praised. Amen. And Eric's right.